my time here.
Working on it the whole time?
I've been working on empathy and understanding how to see things through other people's eyes for most of my time here in prison.
All right, those are some important things to learn. Anything else that you learned in that program most recently?
I learned that I have to have a balanced life. I have to have a focus and goal in life and aim toward that goal.
And do you have one?
Yes.
What is it?
I'm a cabinet maker for my trade. I like to create and make things. So my goal is to make the best of life that I can for other people. And for myself for when I get out. And while I'm in here too. If I don't change my ways in here, I won't change my ways outside. It's too late to change outside. So if I do things for people in here and help their life be better, then when I get out, I can still continue to do that.
Okay. Any other areas that come to mind of things that you learned?
I learned that I have to think, I have to discipline my thoughts. Because if I objectify a person, make them into an object, they're not a person anymore. So if I take my thoughts, and whenever I objectify a person, stop that thought, replace it with a healthy thought, then objectification doesn't happen.
Now, you completed sex offense treatment before.
Yes.
Anything different about completing it this time, or was it exactly the same?
Well, this time was a relapse prevention class. It was a 2-month relapse prevention. It wasn't the core therapy.
Right. But was there all of this stuff that you've mentioned, did you already know this from before?
Yes, I learned it. I've been learning it. I learned it in core, and I've been learning it, reinforcing it here.
So you already knew all of this stuff. Was there any benefit to talking about it again?
Yes, because when I work with people, I talk with people about my crime and about the things leading up to it. It brings it more to the front of the mind. It reminds me of what I did and what I need to do to not do it again. It reminds me that everyone should be free of being victimized.
All right. Let me ask you, if I might, about your criminal history. It says 10 convictions for lewdness involving a child. Is that right?
Yes.
Were those 10 separate cases or a few
And
cases with multiple counts?
10 separate.
Okay. And then indecent exposure, 8 cases,
Yes.
separate cases?
Yes.
Were some of those in Idaho?
Yes.
How many?
4.
So about half Idaho, half Utah?
Yeah.
No issues with drugs or alcohol, is that right? How would you describe your mental health condition currently?
Mental health is good.
What impact would having Parkinson's have on your ability to either work or comply with the requirements of parole?
It wouldn't have any impact on the requirements of parole. It may have an impact on where I can get a job and who would hire me. I'm going to apply for disability insurance, SSI, because I can function with my Parkinson's, my medication. I can function for 4 hours at a time, and then it goes down and it comes back up. So that would get into, that would impact the work issue.
Could you make cabinets?
Yes,
You can do that?
yeah. I've also, I'm going through Salt Lake Community College here, taking their paralegal course.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 6 classes left to take on the, if I get out, I can take on the streets. And I could be a paralegal, and that can use a lot less physical activity.
A lot more thinking
Yes.
Versus physical.
Yes.
What about your activities of daily life? Are they impacted?
Well, other than the times when I can't function, when I have to just relax and let my body take in the medication, I plan for the times when my body can function.
Okay. And I recognize that you've gone to treatment and you are committed to not committing crimes, but physically, be straight up with me, could you physically commit new crimes if you wanted to?
Yeah, it's exposure. Doesn't take much of an act to expose to someone.
What about sexual abuse of a child?
Well, I would have to be near a child, and that's one area where I won't go. I won't go near a child for my safety and their safety.
You haven't had any disciplinary violations in about 8 years.
Yes.
How have you managed to keep it under control?
Well, it's easy to live once you learn the rules and live the rules. Wherever I go, I learn the rules and I live them, and I don't have any problems. I don't have any addictions I have to fight with. I don't have any drug offenses. I've never done drugs or alcohol.
Where would you live if you were to be released?
Well, I don't have any assets in the outside world. I would ask to go to a halfway house to get stable and find a place to live and find a job and find all the things I need to do to get living again.
And do treatment with alpha counseling?
Yes.
Do you feel that you have changed at all?
I know I'm not the same man I was when I came in. I have learned so many skills of assertiveness as opposed to aggressiveness, empathy, communication. I'm compare me to what I was when I came in here. I'm a different man.
So you've learned empathy, communication, and what else did you say?
It's assertiveness. I
How
learned that when I get when things don't go my way, it doesn't help anything when I throw a tantrum and stomp my feet and hit the wall or whatever. That just shows that I'm an immature person.
So you've matured, in other words?
Yes.
How will all of this make a difference in whether you commit new crimes or not?
Well, because I take the things I learn whenever I learn them, and I put them to use immediately. So I've learned how to discipline my thoughts, discipline my actions, choose what I'm going to do, and choose to do right. In every situation I run into, like when I moved to Green, and my urinalysis was dirty for methamphetamines. I didn't do meth. I've never done meth. It was when my medication it was giving the false positive. They didn't know that at the time, so they put me on probation for 42 days. And I can wait. I can be patient for 42 days and wait for the process to go through, and they finally drop the charges. But I couldn't have done that back when I was first in here. I couldn't have been patient.
So that's something you've learned is patience.
Yes, my Parkinson's has taught me a lot about patience.
What is the prognosis for Parkinson's in the future? Will it stay as it is, get better or worse?
Parkinson's is ongoing, and it is yet uncurable. So it will continue to go downhill. And I've been living with it for 20 years now. And I'm up to, I started with one pill a day, I'm up to 9 pills a day to keep me functional. So that will continue to increase.
Okay. Anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered it all?
I want you to know that I am truly sorry for what I've done. That I never intended to victimize people. That I will do everything in my power to live a clean life, free of victimizing people. If you grant me parole, I promise to. I very seldom promise anymore because I've promised so many things in my life that I've broken the promises. But this I promise. I'm allowed on parole. I will not victimize anyone. I will live a clean life.
If you get out, will you make a mockery of the system by committing new crimes?
No.
All right. Mr. Hart, as you know, you don't receive an answer today. At least 3 members of the board must agree on what happens next. That decision can come anywhere in the next week to a couple weeks to a month or so. Any questions about that?
No.
All right. Well, thank you for talking to me this morning, and we'll conclude the hearing at this time. Good morning. That signal means we're on the record now. This is the time set for a rehearing for William Ray Collins. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Do you know your offender number?
207449.
Thank you. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did it include the sex offense treatment memo
Yes.
and you reviewed it?
Yes.
The purpose of the hearing is to talk about that memo. Are you willing to do so?
Yes.
Are there any issues with the other part of disclosure materials that you need to bring up, or were they fine?
Everything's fine.
Okay. Let's start off talking about the memo if we could, and then we'll talk about other things. That sound fair?
No.
As far as the treatment assessment dated January 15th of this year, were you interviewed by anyone or was it done strictly by paper?
I was interviewed.
How did you feel about the interview? Was it fair?
The first interview I didn't think was kind of fair. He fell asleep during my interview when I was doing the paperwork and wasn't awake to the assessment.
The person interviewing you fell asleep?
Yes. I had like a 50-question paper he gave me, and I filled it out. Halfway through, he just fell asleep, woke up and says, "Okay, you're done." And says, "I'll have your responses," or something like that later on.
So to be clear, this person fell asleep while you were busy filling out paperwork rather than while he was talking to you.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else that you remember from the interview process itself?
That was it.
Now, the assessment says that you have been participating in preparing for change, essentially pre-treatment,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
And that you are giving it an effort and actively participating. Is that part accurate?
Yes.
Before we move on, can you tell me what you think about this pre-treatment? Is it worthwhile or is it just a time filler to keep you busy?
I've gained a lot of knowledge and understanding from what I did not know on the streets. I take it to be, I give it my gratitude. I'm thankful for this treatment. I have gained a lot. I really have.
What have you learned that you didn't know?
First of all, the impact of others to my consequences, regard for the others, and I've learned emotions is to patience with others, relationship skills.
Are those things that you believe will make a difference in the future?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
In
my
what
family,
way?
my family skills, just how I treat others.
So it
My
will
mo-
help
my-
you treat others better?
Oh yeah, my impact on just my life, myself.
The recommendation is that you complete the core program in prison, which will take anywhere between 8 to 12 months, depending on how it goes. Is that something that you are willing to complete?
I am, but it might take long. I've asked them before I came in here because I was assessed another time, and I asked him how long it would take exactly, and he says anywhere from 8 to 12 months, but depending on vacations and all that, the days off and all that, it could extend longer. And within that 12 months, my date will expire. I would be finished with my whole sentence.
It would, if it's 12 months. Did they give you a realistic view on how long it would take?
They just said anywhere from 8 to 12 months.
8 to 12?
Yes.
You won't be the one going on vacation, of course.
No, and I asked them if they could, if there's any way possible they could fast track me to help me complete it before the date. And they says they weren't sure about it because they are just barely starting into this and they're getting familiar with it themselves.
When you've talked to them about the fact that you'll expire next February, did they have any sort of response on what they thought could be done or what you should do?
Nothing.
Anything that you've thought about yourself?
I mean, if it's gonna be my whole time, I just ask for a respectable expiration date.
Thanks for answering those questions. Anything else you want to say about the evaluation?
No, I wanted to clarify that. When you asked me that I was interviewed, was it this interview or was it the first interview in Davis County?
Either one.
I was mentioning the one about Davis County. This one was good,
Okay.
but the first one was in Davis County, the one where he fell asleep on me, and that was the one. I just wanted to clarify it.
And it sounds like your view of that interview was that it isn't asking too much for the interviewer to stay awake during the interview. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
How is your mental health situation?
I'm never had no problems with it. I'm good.
Any issues with your physical health that prevent you from working or doing treatment?
No. No, I was, before I came in here, diagnosed with a hematoma in my brain, heart failure and kidney failure, but they're all good now.
Meaning they got better?
Yeah, I don't need medication for them or anything, so.
No issues, huh?
No.
You don't have any disciplinary violations. That's a good thing. How have you avoided getting in trouble?
Realizing the place where I was at, knowing the consequences. Just, I guess it comes with age, just you learn from your mistakes.
So you don't want negative consequences.
No, I don't. I got children I gotta return to that need me. They're without their mother. We lost her mother to a hematoma in her brain, and I'm her only parent.
Where are they now?
She is with my sister right now.
Let's talk about your release plans. Where would you live?
314 South Post Street, Salt Lake City. That's my grandmother's house. She gave it to us before she passed.
Would you be with other people?
Yes, I'd be with both my uncles and my brother.
Is that a good place to be?
Yes, it is. I got a lot of family support. Not only them, my father, my sister, like I said, my children, my aunts, they're all very supportive of me. They're all drug-free. They have jobs, they've got their families of their own, children of their own, and understand my circumstance. And I've already got letters and they said they'd help me. If I needed a place to go beside there, I can go there. They'd help me, and I've got plenty of family support. I've got a job when I get out, still my old job. I've let them know before I came in here because I kind of knew I was coming here. And I told them my situation,
Where,
a blood bus.
okay.
And they says, well, when you get out, come back. You're always welcome back. You've been a good member of our team and we appreciate you. I said, thank you. So my sister told them that I was detained and they said, well, when he gets out, tell him to come back to work.
Have you changed since you've come to prison?
I've changed a lot. I'm not the same. My sister even told me when I talk to you, your voice has changed. You just sound like you care more. You're aware of things. You're just very, very respected. People in my community, I'm a peer lead where I'm at now. I'm a peer lead in my community. So with that being said, they got to trust you. They got to feel comfortable around you. They got to be knowing they can talk to you and open up and come to you with the problems. And I know how to handle them well to where they can trust to come to me. So I've gained a lot of people skills.
Is there anything that you would want the victim to know?
That I have done what I can in this and continue doing what this is, and that I just hope she can grow from this and hope it doesn't stop her in any way from anything in life. And I do apologize.
Oh, you hope she can be successful?
Yes.
Now, let me go back to clarify something. Do you want to expire the sentence to complete treatment, or are you asking for parole and doing treatment outside?
If I can get a parole, I will do it outside. Like I says, I've learned I'm not that arrogant kid I used to be. Don't care about it. Let me out. I'm not, they won't catch me. No, I've learned from this. Like I said, I've got my mistakes. I need to be there for her. I am her only parent. I cannot fail her or me or my family beyond that. Life's being at our age, you've noticed life is just too quick to let anything pass by. Just waste. It is not worth it, especially when you have kids in this world.
When you committed the crime, were you out to commit a mockery of life and the criminal justice system, or was that not your purpose?
That was not my purpose. No, it wasn't. When I met Keenan, we got together, we had a relationship. We was doing methamphetamine together. And we engaged in sexual activity many times, not just the one time. She explained it many times. And what she did, I never got to a chance in court to face her. I wish I really did, because that's my right to face my accuser. I went to 26 court appearances, didn't face her. We sent 5 subpoenas out. She would not come. We sent 1 officer out to pick her up during my court appearance. She did not want to come in. That I was not too happy with, because I just wanted the truth out. I really wanted to get this out so people could really knew where I stood in this case. And but I did admit to what I did do, and that's the offense I am here on, and I do take full responsibility of that. And like I says, I just hope she can go through it, and I really hope she can forgive me.
All right, thanks for talking to me this morning. As you know, a decision is not announced during the hearing.
Yes.
At least 3 members of the board must agree, and that decision can take a few weeks.
Okay.
Any questions about that?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you for talking to me, Mr. Collins, and we'll conclude the hearing.
Thank you for your time.
Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for an original hearing for NATHALY HERNANDEZ-TORREZ. Is that you, ma'am? Can you hear me?
¿Ya?
Tell me your name.
Oh, no hablo inglés, solo español.
Habla inglés?
No,
No? No? No tengo un interpreter. No hablo inglés. Nada.
no.
All right. For those who may be listening, it appears we need an interpreter. There was no notation that we needed one. So it appears we will have to continue and come back another time. Hasta luego.
¿Cuánto tiempo?
Un mes o dos meses.
No,
Uh,
no,
Lo siento.
no, por favor.
Anyone there speak Spanish? Probably not, huh? Oh, all right. Hasta luego. Una mes.
No.
And we will go off the record and conclude the hearing at this time. Good morning. That signal means we're on the record now. This is the time set for an original hearing for Jennifer Marie Bowen. Is that you?
Correct, that's me.
Do you know your offender number?
Yes,
Can you tell me?
yes, 259467.
Thank you. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful?
Yes,
Thank you. Go ahead and put your hand down. Did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
yes,
Did you receive the blue disclosure packet?
yes,
Did you review it?
yes.
Was it fine, or were there any things that you need to bring up?
It's fine.
Good. Is this your first time in prison
Yes,
and your first hearing then?
yes,
Let me tell you how it goes so you're not taken off guard. What we'll do is talk about the offenses, what you've been doing in prison, what your release plans are, and then you'll have a chance to bring up anything that we didn't cover.
okay.
Does that sound fair to you?
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you, sir.
Now, I read the written statement that you submitted to the board. Do you remember doing that?
Yes,
Okay. I took it from that you don't care for the prison experience so far.
I've been fine now that I've moved over to low section 5, which they call the Inspire community. And I haven't had any issues. I mean, there has been bullying going on, but I've chosen to ignore it as much as I could.
So you're doing fine now?
Yeah, I haven't
Okay.
had any recent issues, and I choose to just keep myself busy, and that tends to help a lot.
I noted in your written statement that you said that you were, well, let me back up. There are 4 cases. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Forgery, assault, another forgery, and a retail theft.
Yeah.
You wrote in your statement that you were wrongfully convicted. Can you tell me,
Okay.
is that
so-
all 4 of these or some of them and not others? Tell me which ones you were wrongfully convicted of.
So one of the forgery, I have no idea what's going on there. When I was at Iron County Jail, I had a call from one of the investigators talking about a forged check of my grandparents that somehow I got caught up in, and they were asking me about another man that I only met through my place of work in Beaver County because I served him because I was a night cook and a waitress at a diner, a 24-hour diner. And they were wondering how I knew this man that supposedly went and cashed my grandparents' check, and it was a forged check. And so I got tied into it. And so when I got called by investigators, they were trying to see if I knew where his whereabouts were, and I haven't heard anything since because they obviously, I don't know much about the guy that tried to cash their check.
Okay.
But I don't know if it was my grandparents or the state of Utah. I have no idea who pinned the charge against me, but I'm already doing the time.
Okay, thanks for explaining that.
Yeah.
So the other 3 are for things that you did or didn't do.
The simple assault, I had to defend myself because that was my ex-boyfriend punched me in the face. And so I defended myself, but I served time for that too. The retail theft was a place that I worked at, and it was for 2 car air fresheners for $10.
How about the other forgery?
the other forgery check was a check with my name on it that I received. And it was by a pizza parlor place. And I went to go cash it. And they said that I couldn't because it was a business check. And it couldn't be made out to a personal individual. And so I'm doing time for all of those, and I've accepted what the charges were. I don't necessarily agree. This is the first time I've been charged with anything, so I don't know how to react. And so that's why I'll tell you truthfully what happened from my end, and that's all I can say.
Okay. Most people aren't too keen on going to prison, so that's not a unique feeling for you to have.
No, I didn't know, I didn't want to get bullied. I know that there has been bullying going on and like, yeah, just stuff that I really don't even want to talk about. But other than that, I try to keep myself busy and, hopefully one day this will, all be over and done with for me.
Now,
I mean, in a good way though, like just, I don't understand everything that's happened. Maybe one day I will, but right now I don't, because I've tried to explain what happened from my end, but I do know that I've accepted because I don't know what else to do. I don't know if I want to say I feel pressured to, but I don't want to sit here and fight all these charges that I probably can't win anyways, So that's why I'd rather just do the time.
yeah, well, you've been convicted, right?
Yeah,
So the time to fight the charges is over.
yeah,
It's time to move on.
yeah.
In the past, you had some issues with alcohol, amphetamines, and marijuana, is that right?
No,
None of that's correct?
no. I mean, alcohol, so I had like an open container ticket right after I got out of high school. So what they would call that underage drinking, and I had to do an alcohol assessment packet, but other than that, I've had no issues. Oh, and one DUI. I had one tall can, and then 3 hours, I decided to drive over. This was in Beaver County. I was in Milford. I decided to drive down to Cedar City, and they pulled me over, and I barely blew above the legal limit. And so that was one DUI and one alcohol assessment packet for open container.
So no amphetamines or marijuana?
No. Well, amphetamines, I take the prescription Adderall. That's probably what they meant by that.
Okay.
Yeah.
How,
But I can't take that at jails or prisons. They won't allow me to have that prescription.
how would you describe your mental health status currently?
Good. Now that I've kind of tried to I've tried to get involved with as much as I can here, and that seems to help me a lot. So I'm not just focusing on the negative or idling is how I'd say it.
Now, in your statement, I was a little concerned. Just like you're being straight up with me, I'm being straight up with you, right?
Yeah.
I was a little concerned that there were a number of statements you wrote about wanting death, wanting just to die, and
So when sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but when I got bullied, and I don't know the deputy's name, but when I had a court video hearing here, and within the first 2 months that I arrived here, he was telling me that I have no hope. And I didn't even know what I did in order to have such a negative, like, what did I do? Like, I felt like I was getting bullied by that deputy. And I was like, what do you mean I have no hope? Did he mean that like that I need to not, like, I don't know what he meant by that because it makes me sick to even think about it.
so now, do you have hope, or do you still feel that
I-
same way?
Well, I just tend to keep myself busy. I work and I attend classes at the chapel. I also did get bullied by another deputy for a UA because I have bladder issues and it's turned into an autoimmune disease now. And I couldn't pee the first 2 times that they wanted me to pee for a UA, even though I'm clean. And they said that they were gonna give me a write-up for not peeing those first 2 times. And to me, I feel like I'm just, I get bullied.
Thanks for explaining
Yeah.
that. Have you been in prison long enough to engage in programming, or has it just not been long enough?
I've asked my case manager if he can sign me up to anything that I can be involved into, and he said that I haven't been here long enough to sign up for like Davis Tech or SLIC, Salt Lake Community College, or Culinary Arts. I haven't been here long enough.
So you want to sign up for everything, but it's just not long enough?
Yeah, so what they did allow me to be involved in is working, and currently that is at the commissary warehouse. And that is a Monday through Friday position, 6:30 in the morning to 3:00 PM. And that is how I spend my weeks doing that. And then in the evening, they do chapel classes at Emerald Chapel, like LDS Institute, or like emotional resilience, or non-denominational. There's all sorts of different types of mentorship in the chapel that I signed up to be involved in. Kindness class, it's just positive classes.
You're staying as busy as you can,
Yeah.
it sounds like.
Yeah.
What sort of treatment do you think you need?
So I did call, so I've seen the resources on the tablet about rehabilitation or halfway or treatment centers or sober living houses. I did find Happy On, and they were actually one of the numbers that did pick up the phone when I called. And so they're kind of like a treatment residential integrated treatment is how, his name is John, the guy that I spoke with. And he also said that he wrote a recommendation letter here. It's in this packet.
Right.
From the integrated Papillon. And so they want their clients to be like healthy in a way of like spiritually, mentally, physically, like clean and sober living, pretty much. And that's what they integrate into their treatment. And so, yeah, and they said that they will accept me and they have a bed for me if you guys are willing to allow any of that happen. I
Let me
know
ask
that
you this.
that's located in Orem, Utah.
Right. The good news is you don't have disciplinary violations, right?
Correct.
Some of the folks who sit in that chair have a page, 2 page, 3 pages of disciplinary violations, but you have managed to avoid those. What have you done to stay out of trouble?
I don't really find myself a troublemaker. I don't go looking for it. I don't like it. I'm stressed to the nines being in places like this because it's not really me. But the best way that I handle it is I'm glad that I was given the opportunity to work at the commissary workhouse. That helps me out a lot. It helps me keep focused on just working, and I know that a lot of the inmates here like their commissary. It does make them happy, so it's nice for me to help make those guys happy that like to order commissary. And I mean, it's not for much, but I mean, it's still something, so I'm not sitting there idle. in the Inspire community in Low Sci-Fi, they want you to try to be productive with your time while you're here. They want you attending classes, going to school, or working, and so that really helps a lot too. I've never, even when I was on probation, I made it to all my monthly probation meetings, and like the reason why I got arrested is because the ankle monitor they put on me wasn't charged correctly, and when they were gonna switch it out, one of them was trying to put a new ankle monitor on me, and the other deputy just wanted to arrest me, and then after that, they terminated the probation. But that's what happened down in Cedar City before I got transferred up here.
Let me ask you about your release plans. It was concerning to read the statement where you wrote that your release plan was to die or have a death sentence in prison.
So-
Tell me what you meant and whether you still feel that way.
This is my first time up here, so I was scared to death. And when the deputy, after that court meeting, told me that I have no hope, I was like, what does he mean by that? I even asked my fellow inmates, and they couldn't even tell me. And I was like, was he saying that like there's just a bunch of bad talk, and they were saying that like, what does he mean by no hope? Yeah. I'm like, does that mean that like I didn't even do anything, but is it like saying that I need a death sentence for a forgery charge? Like that's what I mean. Like, I don't want to get bullied for a forgery charge. And one that I didn't even know that another man that I'm getting investigated for, and the charges are against me instead.
Let me ask you
That's
this.
why I'm very confused, and that's why I am upset and not knowing what's going on.
So that's why you wrote it then. Do you still feel that way now? In other words, is that your release plan now, to die or have a death sentence?
Is that the release plan? I don't know. This is the first time I've been here, so I have no idea, but I don't want to get bullied.
Well, none of your sentences involve a life sentence. They would expire in 2029. Do you want to get out before then?
If there's a possibility,
So when you wrote that statement, you didn't mean that you want to stay here forever. It sounds like you were just discouraged at the time. Is that
no,
right?
I didn't even want to, no. I'd never choose this for myself. I'd never want to get arrested. I didn't want to. I was doing everything I could to comply to the probation down in Cedar City, Utah, but it wasn't good enough,
All right.
obviously. So,
We're reaching the end of the hearing. Is there anything we have not covered that you feel the board needs to know?
no,
You feel like we've covered it all?
yeah.
Now, you've provided some very valuable information, so thank you for doing that. Do you feel like you've been able to say what you wanted to say?
Yeah,
Okay. You do not receive an answer in the hearing today about what happens next. The reason for that is 3 board members must agree on whether it's parole or a rehearing or something else.
okay.
And that decision can take a couple weeks or more. Any questions about that?
Nope.
So can you remain hopeful? There's reason for you to be hopeful. You understand that?
No,
Okay.
I'll try.
Let me tell you, you should be hopeful that you won't be in prison forever and you're not going to die here. I'm telling you that. Okay? Have hope that you're going to be okay. You're not going to die here, and you will be able to get out. Can you do that? Can you have hope?
I'll try. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for talking to me, Ms. Bowen, and we'll conclude the hearing at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
All right?
Yeah.
Good morning. Will you pronounce your name for me?
Yes, sir. My name is Nia Kano.
Kano is the last name.
Yes,
You know your offender number?
yes, sir.
Can you tell me?
165423.
Thank you. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. Can you tell me how old you are?
I'm 74, sir.
Okay. Will you raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you receive 7 days' notice of the hearing?
Yes, sir.
And in the past, you received some blue paperwork, I assume?
Yes,
Did you review it all?
yes.
Have you received everything, or did it look like there were things missing?
I reviewed them, and the only thing is few of my supporter letters because the mail, so it have not been in the board package.
Well, we got one yesterday.
Oh, thank you.
Other than that, was the packet fine?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the past, the board ordered you to expire the sentence.
Yes,
Is that right? You filed a request for redetermination.
yes, sir.
You remember that?
Yes,
And that's why we're holding the hearing today.
yes.
Can you tell me, at one time, you were ordered to pay $12 million in restitution in California, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you still owe the entire 12 million?
Right. I have not been able to pay or been back to California for many, many years.
And in Utah, you owe 3 million in restitution, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Uh,
I suppose it's hard to earn money to pay restitution in prison, is that the issue?
that's the issue. I try, but I used to send, when I was in parole, I used to send the money directly to Attorney General office. But since I'm in here, I I can't.
So if I understand you, you're in prison, so you can't earn money and pay restitution. Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir.
Where did all the money go? Can you tell me that?
Yes, I first thank you for seeing me. And when the business will operate, part of the money pay for operation expenses like employees lease and all different presentation. We also refund some money, but the truth is I have no record of how much we refund totally and how much we lend out to the members. And so I agree to the amount, but I actually don't have the accurate of the amount because I have no records of anything once I'm in prison. And so the money, and actually I have to, like in my board package, I did sell my home and my cars, my jewelry because the pressure was so high, and I don't blame my victim for being violent and hostile, but so I try to pay as much back as I can, and I try to collect the money that we lend out as much as I can. But again, I don't have any record to know exact amount that we pay out or we still owe.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Then when you were on parole, is it accurate that you were convicted of a federal case and restitution was about 900,000?
Yes, sir. And I will say that because I accept the wrong thinking to make money to repay. And I have tried 3 times to redo the work, knowingly now that it's a wrong thinking. You cannot commit crime to pay another crime. And the years that I'm here, I realized that all my life I want to be back the person that my parents want me to be, but no excuse for what I'm doing. I know that I was wrong in thinking that way because I was just so desperate to pay for people to bring my family from Vietnam after the war to here. And I commit thing that I'm not very proud. And I'm not very proud to my parents, my family. The wrong thing I do, and I would just, for the time that I'm here, I will try to do everything to face with the consequence. And I'm grateful that you see me. The heart I have it, I appreciate America to give me the comfort, give me the free will. But the guilt that I have is left my family to, and I see so many people try to come here, and yet I'm not be a productive citizen to appreciate why I'm here, and yet I'm trying to work so hard to have money to pay for my family to come from Vietnam to here. And I'm very sorry that I take the wrong path to do that.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any assets out there? money in accounts, fur coats, cars that you could sell to pay restitution, or is it all gone?
I did on that before I came to prison, and I knew I have like maybe couple $100 in my bank account when I came here.
A couple $100 isn't going to go very far towards paying $16 million in restitution.
I know that, sir, and I came here to ask for forgiveness. I'm not expecting to be a release or anything like that. I just want to express to the society, to the board, what I've done is wrong. I'm not I'm grateful for the mercy that you see me, but I just want to let you know that the things that I do, I admit, in my mind at the time, I did not have intention to hurt anyone. We were working with people that business savvy too, so I did not intend that at the time, but I know now the only thing that I know that I broke the law, and I also sinned against my God, and I would just want to express to the board how sorry I am, but I'm not expecting anything else that come with my consequence.
Oh, you don't expect to get out, is that right?
Well, I love to be with my family again, because Utah is not my home. My home with my children and my grandchildren is in California. However, it's up to the board to see the other side of me and grant me the release. But I'm also let the board know and people to know that I'm not the person that when I commit the crime.
Now, here is the question, of course. The board previously ordered you to expire the sentence,
Yes.
and you asked the board to look at that again. Tell me what has changed. What new information is there that the board didn't have when it made the prior decision?
Well, my core value is I was not brought up in my my upbringing to be the person I was when I commit the crime. And when I'm here, I know that I pay the consequence of my action. However, I will tell you that I believe in God, but I didn't know anything about God until I'm here, and I don't want to use that, like people say, when you're in prison and then you find God. But the reason I am being myself today is the fact that I focus most of my time working from 7 to 3, Monday to Thursday. But most of the time I search for my creator, and I know that I did not make him pleased. My both parents died, so they don't know the change in me. And I feel very bad that I'm disappointed them. They didn't raise me that way. I'm the oldest one in 11 kids. And I promised that I take care of them, and I failed on that too. So, but they're all grown up now. And I just want to be back the person that I was, and how my parents expected me, how my God wanted me, and how society see me. If I could do time or my behavior in here that could grant me that, then I'm grateful, because I love to see my kids and my grandkids and be with them. I lost a lot of time with them. And at 74 years old, I don't have any other desire than that.
All right, thanks for telling me that. The board, of course, is not a religious organization, and we don't grant any sort of spiritual forgiveness. I don't believe there's any God out there who would want someone to steal $16 million from innocent investors. But our decision is not based on religious considerations. You understand, of course.
I understand.
Our decisions are based on legal considerations. Is there anything else you want the board to know in making the decision?
I don't have anything else. I would just let you know how I feel and how I think. I want to be the best I can be. I don't want to, I truly don't want to die as a person who I was, and that's all. And I'm just let you know that I know about broken the law, and I know about my sin, and that's the only thing I know.
Do you feel like you've been able to say everything that you wanted to say this morning?
At the moment, I just want to thank you for seeing me, and um I if any chance, if I ever could work and make money while I'm still able, then I want to make sure that I could repay back to those people. But I also know my restriction, and so I just base on however the board grant me the decision. It's difficult to know what the future, that what I can do at my age.
All right, thank you for talking to me, Ms. Cano,
Yes,
and thank you for answering my questions.
yes,
I believe you know from experience that you don't receive a decision today. Three members of the board must agree on what decision to make,
right,
and that can take some time. I can't predict how long it will take.
right.
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about that process?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for talking to me this morning, and we will conclude the hearing.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for an original hearing for Julie Ann Budge. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
263183.
Very good. How old are you?
I'm 49 years old, sir.
My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead and put your hand down. Ms. Budge, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
I did, sir.
Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
I did, sir.
Did you review it?
I did, sir.
Are there any things that you need to bring to the board's attention, or was the disclosure packet generally fine?
It was fine. I believe you received my board packet reply late, but you did receive it. Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Are you ready to go forward, or do you need to continue this and come back later?
No, I'm ready to go forward.
Is this your first time in prison?
Yes, sir.
For your benefit and the benefit of anyone who may be watching online, let me explain a few things up front. No decision will be announced during this hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
That will come later, and I will discuss that at the end of the hearing. The way we'll proceed is you and I will talk about the offenses. We'll talk about what you've been doing in prison, and we'll talk about what your release plans are. At the end of the hearing, you'll have an opportunity to bring up anything that we haven't covered yet that you believe the board needs to know.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And I want you and everyone else to know that when I ask questions, I'm not intending on embarrassing you or the victim's family or anyone else. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
The questions are just designed to get information.
Correct.
Even though I can read and I have read all of the materials, it is helpful to hear from you. So in other words, when I ask a question, I don't want you to think, hey, this guy hasn't read anything. Because I assure you I have.
Okay.
But what's important today is to hear from you. So if I ask a question that you've already answered in writing or somebody else has answered, it's not that I've forgotten, it's that I need to hear from you.
Absolutely.
All right. Even though, as I said, I've read many descriptions, I need to hear from you. Tell me what you did that was wrong that caused you to be in prison today.
When I woke on April 9th, 2022, I didn't know I'd take 2 lives, and irrevocably changed the course of several lives that day. I was the driver of the vehicle that caused the accident, and I am responsible for the deaths of Matthew and Adam Bullard. I'd do anything to change that day, and I never want to drive again.
Other than driving, what else did you do that caused this?
I took medication that had made me sick, that I didn't know was making me sick at the time.
And by sick, do you mean impaired?
Yes,
So you were in no condition to drive, is that what you're saying?
I didn't realize it at the time. As I was driving down the street, I realized that I didn't feel good and that I should turn around and go home, and that's the last thing I remember.
So you knew you didn't feel good, but didn't know you were impaired?
I remember driving. When I left home, I felt fine. As I was driving, I remember thinking that I didn't feel good and that I should go home, and that's the last thing I remember before the impact. But that was during the course of the driving, not when I left the home.
Some of the witnesses said that it appeared you were driving off, trying to get away.
No, sir. I had been charged with fleeing the scene, and I was acquitted of those charges.
So not trying to flee.
No, sir.
What were you doing? Just,
My foot had been on the brake pedal, and I was charged with attempted to flee the scene. I was acquitted of those charges.
yeah, see all these monitors?
Yes, sir.
That's an indication that this is being broadcast online. And it may well be that some or all of the 20 people that wrote victim impact letters are watching. If they are, is there anything you'd want to say to them?
Yes. Words alone will never express the agony I feel when I think of the victims' families, Matthew and Adam Bullard, or the communities they impacted. Reading each and every impact statement and knowing the irreversible damage I've done to so many lives makes me literally sick. Words are insufficient to express the sorrow and remorse I feel for the families and the lives I've taken. I can only apologize, and that's insufficient, and I feel sorry about that.
Are you still reading or?
No,
Okay. I didn't know if you paused to read something. Are you ready to keep going?
yes, sir.
That's your statement to them. How do you feel about what you did?
I will never be the same. Not a day goes by that I don't think of them or their families, that I don't dream about it, that I don't wish I could do something different. That I don't wish I had the words to make it better. That there aren't words to make it right. That there is no way to make this right. Because if there were, I would do it. I don't think a day has gone by that I haven't thought of the loss I feel, and it's suffocating to me. And I'm not the one that has the loss. So I can't even begin to imagine how they feel. I tried taking my own life over the guilt I felt when I was incarcerated. I'm so sorry. I'd ask for forgiveness, but I don't feel I deserve any. I know they don't think I'm sorry. I hope they find it in some time, some way. Some days it's really hard to live with myself. Just really sorry.
Thank you for answering that question.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, there are many who have this question. Given your long history of committing traffic offenses, why were you still driving at this point?
I hadn't had any for a while. I hadn't driven for a while. I'd taken a break from driving at that point. I had kind of cleaned up my life and was doing better all around. I'd been clean for a while.
So you thought it would be okay? Is that the idea?
I was doing better as a whole.
So in all truthfulness, at this point, did you think things would be okay and there wouldn't be a traffic issue, or did you just not care at that point?
I didn't assume there would be a traffic issue. I did care.
The packet indicates that at a young age, you used alcohol, marijuana, methamphetamine, as well as prescription amphetamine, opiates, and barbiturates. Is that right?
Prescription, yes.
Well, at that point, there was no prescription marijuana or methamphetamine, correct?
At a young age, yes, I did.
How come you got started in the first place with meth, marijuana?
I'd been sexually molested at a young age. It was a coping mechanism.
What about the prescription drugs?
I'd had a car accident with a semi-truck, and my doctor had started over prescribing them. The illegal substances turned to prescription substances.
When you began prescription drugs, did you stick with the meth and marijuana?
No, I changed.
How would you describe your mental health currently?
More stable than it's been in a very long time, sir.
Why is it more stable?
I'm off any medication and I'm in the Elevate program.
We'll talk about Elevate in just a minute. So no meds at all?
I am on medication, sir.
What kind?
I'm on Topamax and I'm on Prozac.
And those are effective?
Yes, sir. Quite.
You listed about 12 different physical health concerns.
Yes, sir.
If you were to be released, do those physical issues impact your ability to work or?
They do. I was on disability prior to coming in, sir.
And you would be on disability again?
I would have to refile, yes, sir.
Could you participate in treatment?
Yes, absolutely.
You mentioned Elevate. I am interested in your opinion. Is that a worthwhile program or is it just something busy to fill up your time?
It absolutely is if you put your footwork into it.
So it is useful?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what is useful about it.
We learn, the thing I found most effective so far is the direct communication. You learn but where you learn to communicate directly with a person rather than running around and gossip with each other. And you communicate one-on-one with a person with a problem you may have with them, rather than talking to this person or that person. You communicate directly with the person, which in a normal society, you don't think that's strange, but in probably a dysfunctional society, which most people in prison function in, that's not what a normal person, a person does. Also, we do things, we have classes like, we were taking Prime for Life, where we learn about changing our behavior patterns, our thinking patterns, where no distorted thinking. I've also taken MRT, Escape Your Prison. I've learned how to take accountability, slow down, structure my time to be more productive. Learned which relationships were important to me and how to make amends, not to be selfish, give back, how my actions affected others, and how to repair the damage. I also took victim impact. That was a very powerful class. In regards to my crime, I learned that homicide is one of the most traumatic experiences someone or a person can affect, or a family, that can happen to a person, to a family. I also took ideas for better communication, learned how to set boundaries, repair relationship, communication styles, roadblock to communications, identifying emotions and feelings. There's a lot of different classes, like trauma classes in Elevate. So there's several different classes within Elevate that we take. So there's a variety of different things that we learn within Elevate, going on at all different times that they offer us.
And what difference, if any, will that make in your thinking or behavior in the future?
It teaches me like what relationships I value, how to make amends. It teaches me how to think differently when I move forward, what to do differently in my relationships, how to make better choices in my life, how not to make the same mistakes again, how to make better choices, that I can have a better life for myself and how to get there.
Now, there were 2 disciplinary violations last year, including one with improper handling of medication, essentially.
one in September and one in July, I believe.
Right. Tell me what was going on there.
The one in September, I was struggling with being in prison still. I had not started any of my classes yet. I was staying in pre-elevate. Everybody was on pause. I had not started any life skill classes. I was still new to the prison. I took full accountability for my actions. I didn't try to plead not guilty. I took accountability for everything that I had done.
Tell me what you did
I
and what,
passed 2 pills to a inmate.
and why were you doing that?
She asked for him.
Okay.
And so when I was asked about it, I was honest about it. I didn't try to make excuses for it. I took accountability for it, and it never happened again. I started taking my classes. I took set boundaries, and we have UAs with Elevate. I've never had a positive UA with any of the time I've been in there, and there's never been any more disciplinary actions than I've had positive C notes.
That's correct. If you were to be released, where would you live?
With my mother in St. George.
And your mom's here?
Yes, she is.
Here. She wrote a letter to the board indicating the same thing. Are you able to care for someone else?
Absolutely.
What would you do for treatment? Have you thought about that?
I have a list of residential or whatever the board would suggest. I have a list of places that our board approved in that area. Whether it's IOP or residential, but my mom's due to have knee surgery. She needs help around the house. She's 82. I would like to be able to help her if I could at home.
Do you feel that you have changed since you've come to prison?
As a matter of fact, sir, may I elaborate a little bit on that?
Mhm.
I wrote something down that says, I have changed beyond measure since being incarcerated. Prior, I was an angry, hateful, and very resentful individual. With time to reflect, help of courageous vision, I found a relationship with God that I never thought possible for someone like me. I've learned patience, tolerance, gratitude, respect, kindness, as well as been humbled. I've learned to respond and not react. I can honestly say I'm grateful for the changes this experience has given me as a person and the growth I've had as a result of it. I'm so sorry for the actions that this experience has caused, but I'm very grateful for the changes it has made in me as a person.
Is there anything that we have not talked about that you think the board needs to know?
I just ask if there's anything I've said today that I can clarify for you.
I think you've been well spoken and expressed yourself well. I don't feel that there were any misunderstandings. Do you?
No, sir, and I do have, I don't know, I have a certificate from Ideas or from Courageous Vision. Ideas for better communication too from set-free prison ministries.
I do know that you have been successful in, as you mentioned, ideas for better communication and victim impact. And that, as you indicated,
MRT.
MRT is marked successful and successful for some of the Elevate modules, although the entire program is not
Correct.
completed yet. Anything else that the
No,
board
sir.
needs to know? As I said at the beginning, you don't receive an answer here
Right.
today. At least 3 members of the board must agree on what happens next,
Okay,
whether it's a rehearing, whether it's parole or something else. Do you understand?
yes, sir.
That decision can take several weeks. It can take longer than that. It's not possible to predict.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about that procedure?
How do I find out the result?
Your family and members of the victim's family and the general public will be able to find the result when it's published on the board's website.
Okay,
You will receive a letter through the prison mail system. However, there are times when somebody's family member may see it published online and contact you before you get the letter.
okay,
But one way or the other, a letter will be sent to you, so you'll receive notice in writing.
thank you, sir.
None of my questions were meant to predict what the decision will be because I don't know what it will be.
Thank you.
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Budge, for this morning, and we will conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
Listen to the officer for instructions.
Good morning. I'm Greg Johnson, a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole. And are you Armando Ray Molina?
Yes, I am.
Okay, offender number 124580?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Today is set for an original hearing for a couple new cases and a rehearing. So mostly what we're going to be focusing on is what's happened since the last hearing in 2020. I understand we also have some victim representatives that want to speak, and we'll take time for that. You'll have a chance to respond to whatever is said. Okay. But do you have any questions for me before we get started?
No, I don't.
Okay, let's go ahead and get you sworn in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, and we disclose the information that we may be considering in making a decision. People call that the blue packet. Did you receive your disclosure?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did you have a chance to review it?
I did.
Do you have any questions or concerns about disclosure?
No.
Is it accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, again, just to review your sentence briefly, your sentence is 10 years up to life. Sometimes the paperwork says 206 years, but that's just a number to make the system work. It's up to life. You have a new guideline based on the two new cases. That guideline was 12 months, and calculating it in would be finished in June of 2025, so a few months from now. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and talk about those new cases. So case 211600271. So that's possession of contraband inside the facility. I read through the reports on that, the shank. Okay. Tell me what was going on there.
We got moved from one area to another, and I just happened to have that in my possession. And they said they seen me flush it down the toilet.
Mhm. Does that mean you didn't flush it down the toilet?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, all right. And so that shank had been used to assault somebody.
No. Mm, not by me. Yeah.
Correct. I know it wasn't by you.
Okay.
But it-
Yeah. Supposedly they said that it was,
Okay,
but I don't know because I was inside the cell and they were outside.
okay. And so they slid it under the door for you?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you expect to do with it? Were you supposed to hang on to it?
Nothing really, just
Okay,
grab it. But I did.
okay. All right. Anything else that you want to say about that?
No.
Okay. So that was a Class A misdemeanor. The sentence is up to 1 year, and that has actually therefore expired. It would have been done in 2023. But we can still consider it because it's a conviction, it's behavior. All right. So the next case is 241600003, distribution of a controlled substance in a drug-free zone. So that's referring to inside the prison. What happened with that?
I had some Suboxone on my person and they took us to the scanners and they
Mhm.
found it and got charged for it.
Okay. And it seems like quite a bit. 37 pieces?
How much?
37 pieces?
I think they said that there was only 2 and a bunch of little pieces of paper. 2 full strips of Suboxone.
So you're saying only 2 pieces were Suboxone?
And well, they said that they tested all the paper, but
Mhm.
if that's how you guys are classifying it, then yeah, 37 pieces or whatever.
Okay. All right. And that was also a Class A misdemeanor. That one, they ran consecutively, meaning after the life sentence. That's how, when I said there were 206 years, it's the 6th year that's out there. So obviously that doesn't change a life sentence. It's just a mathematical number they put on it. So that sentence wouldn't technically expire until after you passed. Okay. Anything else that you want to tell us about that? Okay. All right. How have you done otherwise in prison since the last hearing?
Pardon me?
How have you done otherwise in prison since the last hearing?
Well, considering I'm stuck in max, there's not much that I'm able to do.
Yeah.
Just recently, they allowed us to take one class,
Mm-hmm.
completed that. But other than that, they don't allow us to do much back there.
Yeah, so that was impact of crime?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think of the class?
It was pretty good.
Okay. Is there something you remember from that?
It taught me how to, in a sense, look at things differently because I'm not just victimizing, say, the victims, the people that I've hurt. It's also my family, myself, and others, and made me open my eyes to that regardless of what I do, it's going to affect somebody somewhere down the line.
Okay. All right. And I mean, as far as your other classes, this was before the last hearing, but just to acknowledge you had quite a few successful completions. So you did make some good use of your time, and I understand there's not a lot available to you where you are now. And as far as write-ups, we've covered 2 that were criminal cases. How do you think your behavior's been otherwise?
Considering the environment, I think pretty good. We're all pretty respectful towards staff and everybody there, and try not to create any problems for myself.
Okay. All right. And yeah, and so really since those cases, I don't have any other write-ups for you. So that's good. Appreciate that. What do you think about your case action plan? Have you gone over that with your case manager?
What do you mean?
Have you seen your case action plan?
No.
Okay. So pretty much everybody that's here in prison has a case action plan. They do an assessment as part of that, and then they put together some goals, and they're supposed to sit down with you and talk that through and work with you to set some of those goals. Those goals can include classes that you need to take, therapy, things like that. Your number 1 goal was in education. Okay, but you said you hadn't seen that. A goal to get out of restrictive housing, and then pro-criminal attitude orientation, which is impact of crime. That was one of the goals. So it seems like they're filling it out for you, but you're saying you haven't sat down and talked about it.
Yeah, we rarely see our caseworkers
Okay.
back there.
Okay. There's some other goals on there. One of them is for alcohol and drug. The goal was to get a substance use assessment. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. And do you think that's something that you should work on?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you willing to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's available to me.
Yeah. And I understand there's not a lot available to you. Okay. What's your status with the gang?
I'm active.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and hear from the victim representatives now. I'll need to swear you in if you want to do that. I'll ask you to come to that microphone in the corner. And then we'll put your name on the record. Okay, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Ramiro Flores. I'm the son of Joel R. Flores.
Okay, what would you like the board to know about this case?
First of all, I just want the board to recognize that, if there's any similarities the evening of the crime, and also what's been going on within the prison walls, I want them to know if they could, look at the original police report from arresting officers, and if there's anything that is similar to any of the behavior here for the offender. And also, I just want the board to know that, coming back here 5 years later, it's really trying on our family. We have 3 members of our family that just cannot be here. My mother, who declined to be here in the same room. And just because our mother is, she's a true miracle to us. She's always relied on us, and we've relied on her. She, over the last 30 years, has been a great mother, grandmother, and she loves all of her children. A daughter-in-law, 2 daughter-in-laws, and I just feel like, that she has not had that benefit of life where she is a grandmother, yes, but she is not a grandparent with my father, where they would have had that experience together. To see grandchildren be raised, and that'll be her lifelong sentence, is that she will never have that. And I just want the board to recognize, if there is a release date, that the offender will probably be able to have access to those type of memories. And to me, that's not fair. And I think that's what I'd like the board to know. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, go ahead and have a seat there. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Ricardo Flores. I am son of Joe Flores and Bowen Flores.
Okay.
So a couple of things I kind of wanted to start off with was just mentioned here. My brother had mentioned about the night and correlation of what's going on in prison here. And I find it quite interesting that Molina here has, when you were talking about the shank, and he quite literally said it, he came across it. That's exactly what he said in the last hearing about the Mac 11 gun that he used to murder my father. He just came across it. Laura wanted us to go over kind of where we are at now. And I can tell you, I did that a lot in the last hearing. But here today, I want to go over the things that I really want to talk about my father and go what we went through, what he went through. The gravity of this, I think, needs to be known to everybody that's listening or understanding. Molina and an accomplice bursted into a small restaurant where my parents were only visiting family. The following I'm going to provide is a news statement coming from the media. Molina demanded cash while waving a Mac 11 assault pistol. Joe Flores, putting his hands in the air, said, "Wait, we'll give it to you." Then Molina opened fire. At least 2 of the 9mm black talon slugs hit Flores. 3 others struck his wife, my mother. We now know it was actually 3 black talon slugs that hit my dad. 1 in the chest and 2 in the side. The weapon that Molina used, based on my own research, the Mac 11 pistol compact submachine gun. It's small, making it easy to conceal. It has a length of about 10 inches It can use a 9mm bullet with a 16 or 32 round magazine. It has a very high rate of fire with the capability of expending 16 rounds in 0.8 seconds and 32 in 1.6 seconds. I want to remind everybody that Molina was 18 years old when he was wielding, brandishing, and firing this weapon at innocent people. As I mentioned in the news report, the type of bullets that were used were 9mm black talons. These type of bullets are hollow points. Hollow point tips on impact expand out like a rapid blooming flower, but instead of petals, there are sharp shards. Once exposed, they tear into the target as it creates a wound channel through the body. Because of the sharp barbs, the embedded bullet becomes more deadly while inside the body, cutting the surrounding tissue with any kind of bodily movement. My dad's death certificate reports the following as the cause of death: gunshot wound to the abdomen and complications. Accurate, correct, and straightforward. But let me give you a deeper context with additional information doctors provided to our family at that time. When Molina sprayed bullets towards my parents, black talon bullets struck my dad's chest and abdomen, cutting through his body. The 2 bullets that hit his abdomen tore into his stomach lining. With that, bacteria began to seep into his body, causing a mass infection. He stayed alive for 8 days. Then he was gone, succumbing to his wounds. I need everyone to understand how my dad was murdered, because his death wasn't peaceful, it was aggravated, motivated by incivility, arrogance, and hate. As my brother had mentioned, I have also spoken to my mother, of course, about this situation. And for a brief moment, I could almost thought that she was considering, very brief, considering to come in and maybe say something, but she's very conflicted. On one hand, she wants to stand up and deal with this situation, and the other is fear. And the reality was that the fear was too great for her. The fear of him being released, the fear of dealing with that terrible night again. But I guess that's why we're here, to advocate for her and ourselves. As I said, I didn't want to go too much over what I did last time, but I do want to say the following things. One last thing I have to say. I can say without any hesitation that Armando Molina is exactly where he belongs. And he needs to remain where he belongs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please. Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your name for the record.
Frances Mejia.
Okay, go ahead.
I am a longtime family friend of the Floreses. It's very difficult to express oneself in this type of setting. He wasn't my father, but the agony and the pain that I have seen in this beautiful, wonderful family ripped apart that night, it's immeasurable. Their mother lives with fragments of the bullets that Molina put into her. She lives with the agony of losing her husband on a daily basis. They've just lost an older brother, so she's lived through his assault on her body, the horrific, horrific death of her husband. And let me tell you firsthand, I know that death is one of the most painful deaths that a human being can endure. The people they've referenced who are not here, wives, grandchildren, Mrs. Flores, the last hearing, Molina expressed no remorse. It has impacted the grandchildren in a way that is beyond words to hear that he had no remorse in killing their grandfather and almost killing their grandmother. The pain that he has caused has rippled far beyond the Flores family, friends, extended family, all of us, but in particularly these two men. Their sister and their mother have to live with this on a daily basis. And it is a world upside down to think that he would walk free when they all walk in chains daily. And their older brother now has gone. He passed this year. I just don't understand a world in which more pain and more fear. I fear if he walks free. And I would urge the board to look at the last hearing in which, until Molina was reminded that it was a hearing that he could possibly leave this place, he went from saying that he was in a gang, that he had no remorse, flipped his story completely. I urge the board to look into their hearts and continue to serve justice, because right now he is where he needs to be.
Thank you. So, Mr. Molina, what is your response to that?
First of all, I do have remorse for what I did, and I've never stated in my last hearing that I didn't have no remorse for what I did. I accepted accountability for what I did. And yeah, granted, I'm in a prison type setting, and I'm gonna have to do what I have to do to protect myself in here. And it's unfortunate. But at the end of the day, I get where they're coming from. They don't want to see me out on the streets. And if that's what it takes for them to feel comfortable me being in here for the rest of my life, then so be it. You know, at the end of the day, have I made changes? Yeah, I've made changes. Do I want to be let free? Yeah, I do. But at the end of the day, who could put a price on somebody's life? And yeah, granted, I took their dads and I traumatized their mom. And there's nothing that I can do or say that's going to take that back. I can't give them something that they've lost. And it's unfortunate. I wish that I was able to, but the circumstances that I'm in, I have to be something that I wouldn't want to be. If I got out, would I conduct myself like this? No, I wouldn't. I would try to do a lot better. You know what I'm saying? Just not to prove to myself, my family, but also my victims. Mhm.
Okay.
I don't know what more I can say that's gonna change that. And if, like I said, if the board sees fit that I never get out, then so be it. I don't want that for me. I would prefer to have a life outside of here, maybe do something more productive and be able to have a chance to change my ways. But while I'm in here, I can't do that. And as hard as it is for people to understand that, I can't.
Okay. So you said you made changes. What are those changes you've made?
Changes is, look, I don't sit here and I'm not disrespectful to staff. I don't go out looking for problems. I try to mind my own business. I got a job. I maintain it. Sociable with everybody. To where when I first came in here, I wasn't like that. You know, and it took a lot of years for me to realize is if I want something different other than this, I have to make certain changes. As long as it's not going to compromise my security in here. And I've done that, and I feel like I've done that. And it's hard being in type of an environment like this.
Okay. And you've said a couple of times not to compromise your security, or you have to do what you have to do. How confident are you that you could work your way out of max?
If they let us out of max, look at when they had us on AB rec.
Mm-hmm.
If we go back all the way back then, how many write-ups was I getting? Probably none. Before the AB rec came on, I was active. And I've held a job, and came out here in 2005 to Gunnison, and from 2012, little to no write-ups. I've had a job to where I was cleaning the deputy warden's office and maintained that for a lot of years, you know, and I've had no real issues, and was able to stay away from the gang so far until they put us on the AB rec. Then they put me back around them. Then I had no other option but to fulfill certain obligations to my so-called gang that I'm a part of. And I pretty much got forced back into that kind of lifestyle. If we never would have got on the AB rec, this whole thing probably wouldn't be I probably wouldn't have had any of these charges. And that's honest. And I'm not making excuses, you know, because at the end of the day, if put in a predicament to where I got to defend myself, it's unfortunate, but I'm going to do that.
Okay. Now, I understand you don't control AB days, and I understand that is a challenge being in that environment with multiple groups. But is there any option, or are you telling me that that's just the way it's going to be?
No, there's always an option. If we got out of max today, do I foresee me getting in any trouble? No, I don't. And because it wasn't an issue then, why would it be an issue now?
Okay. What if you were in general population?
And that's what I'm talking about. If they let us out to general population right now, I don't see us having me having any type of issues.
Okay.
I didn't before. Why I wouldn't have them now? And we've been fighting to try to go to population. We've been housed around other individuals, whether they was affiliated or not, and had no issues.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, let me summarize where we are. So your sentence is up to life. We had a couple new cases that we talked about. Those were Class A misdemeanors, and so the sentences were short for those. And the guideline was 12 months. Again, that's June of this year. And that's combined with your history, the 95. Okay. While you've been here, I think there have been times when you've done well. You've done classes and programming and stayed out of trouble, but then things haven't been available for you. I understand that changes in max. You know, since that last case, you haven't picked up any write-ups, so that's good. The board needs to deliberate and make a decision here. As you're probably aware, we make decisions by majority vote, so at least 3 of the 5 board members have to agree on any release. We'll send that to you in writing. We post those on our website, and your victim advocate knows how to find those as well as soon as we make a decision. You know, potential decisions could be a release with conditions. It could be a rehearing with other expectations, or an expire life decision. And just to be clear, according to rules, expire life decisions still allow redeterminations. So even if something like that is a decision, by rule, that can be relooked at by new boards. And so I'm just trying to be clear that those are never final decisions. And it depends a lot on you, how things change or what you're doing, good or bad, and that could change that. Do you have any questions for me?
No, I just wanted to point out one thing.
Okay.
Let's see. Last time I came to the board, the lady that I seen, she said that come June of 2022 that I would have either been released due to the new JR guidelines, matrix and things of that nature. And they gave me an extra 3 years on top of that, so a 5-year rehearing. And I didn't argue that because I know what I did is wrong. And I could have sat there, I could have pushed the issue with the board and tried to hold them accountable for what they said and whatnot. But at the end of the day, how much time is really necessary for taking somebody's life? And I want for my victim's family to understand that I didn't want to argue that. Because at the end of the day, I know what I did and I know it was wrong. And there's no excuse for that. And that's why I didn't argue these things with the board or try to bring it to light to the courts and things of that nature. Because at the end of the day, that for her saying that in a sense is wrong. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit and say, okay, well, I have this coming. When in reality, do I really? To me, no. And I just wanted to put that. So then that way they maybe see that I do have some type of regret or I do feel for what I've done.
Okay. All right. Well, and there, with every sentence in Utah, it's indeterminate. It's a range. We've talked about yours is 10 years up to life. But there are also guidelines. Those are determined by the Sentencing Commission, and the legislature approves those guidelines. There is no price that can be put on life. Clearly not. But there is a guideline set for murder. And that you've served past that guideline, but you got a new guideline because you had new convictions. And so that new guideline is June. The board can also use its discretion to go above or below the guidelines. We look at aggravating factors such as institutional behavior, the nature of the crime, but we can also find mitigating factors, program completion, reducing risk, things like that. And so that's what we need to weigh out at this point. Just to summarize again, we're looking at it that your guideline is June. Either we need to consider whether there are factors to release you at your guideline or to keep you longer. And that's what we'll put in our decision. Do you have any final comments or things that we should consider as we make that?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That concludes our hearing.
All right, we're on the record. This is the time and place set for an original parole hearing on Rodney Jean Hooley, 76476. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
My name is Bradley Rich, member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today and writing a report, making a recommendation, and you'll receive notice in writing once the board has arrived at a decision. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you received notices, 7 days notices hearing and a blue packet containing information we'll be going over?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any corrections, objections, or concerns to that material?
No, sir.
All right. Let me tell you where I think we stand. Then I want to hear from you. You've had 7 paroles. Though this is an original on new charges, you were on probation and that probation was revoked. You have a maximum sentence of 15 years, February 25th, 2038. You were given credit for 214 days time served. You have a guideline of 24 months, which would put you out this month. The board has previously done a special attention review asking or expressing the expectation that you would participate in residential substance abuse treatment and cognitive behavioral therapy. And in the interim, not much has happened to my way of thinking. You've really been in a position where I get, and let me give you a short list of the questions that I'm hoping you'll answer for me.
Okay.
I am really in a position where it is clear to me that you've got an ongoing problem with substance abuse.
Yes, sir.
That you need to deal with. You've had 7 paroles and at least 1 probation. It looks to me like you spent most of your adult life either incarcerated or under a failed supervision. I'm hoping that you would be able to tell me, and I see that you have, your desire is to go to Oregon.
Yes, sir.
And, you have support there and I'd appreciate it. You understand that that would require a compact transfer.
Yes, sir.
And the governor of Oregon may or may not be happy to have you come there, given your history, both of failed supervisions and of serious problems. Your most recent conviction involves a really scary chase and what I regard as a substantial amount of drugs found in your vehicle. So that you got my short list, or maybe it's not so short, of the things I'm hoping you'll address for me. So I'll now turn the floor over to you.
Okay. I dropped out of I was in a gang and I dropped out. And so where I'm at, I didn't have access to a drug program, but I did do the MRT program. And I did a whole bunch of tablet courses, so I got certificates for all those. I've done every class that I can, that I have access to back there. And that's,
Is there any hope of your getting reclassified at some point? Or are you just sort of stuck?
I'm stuck, yeah, I'm stuck in max because of safety concerns because I dropped out of a gang.
When did you do that?
Huh?
When did you drop out of the gang?
When I came back this time. I'm trying to modify so that I just am finished with that lifestyle.
Yeah. Well,
But the gang don't appreciate that.
oh yeah,
Yeah, so they gotta keep me back in max.
yeah.
But I haven't had any write-ups since I've been
Yeah.
there. I've been working the whole time, doing as many classes as I can, trying to better my situation at least.
Yeah.
But
Well, not to put too fine a point on it, you've dug yourself a pretty deep hole here.
yes, sir.
I reviewed your material, including what you want to do on your next parole, and I'm at least began to harbor some hope that that there is in your future, some hope at least of getting a successful supervision and putting your life back together again. Though I can't say that there's any positive evidence of your ability to do that, but you know, you're 54.
Yeah.
And you're at that point in your life, halfway through your adult lifetime, where maybe the light will come on for you. And I take you at your word, and there's no evidence in your file to the contrary that you have abandoned gang activity now. Sadly, you'll continue to pay for that for a very long time, particularly while you're incarcerated. That's why it becomes increasingly important for you to succeed under a supervised release, because if you don't, you're going to be in that orange jumpsuit forever.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, you've answered all my questions, and I want to give you an opportunity and I take you at your word that you've done everything you can while you're in here, and you haven't had any write-ups, and that's encouraging. At the same time, I think you're really in a situation where your past is going to dictate your future to a certain degree. Why did you choose to walk away from the Red Barn program 10 minutes after you got there? What was going on in your head?
I don't know. I just panicked. They was telling me how it would go, everything I have to do, and I panicked.
Mhm.
I just walked away.
Yeah,
I can't explain it really. I have no excuse for it.
yeah.
I'd be done now if I would have just stayed
Oh,
there.
yeah. I mean, really, I mean, I just look at that as an incredible missed opportunity for you.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you've done a ton of jail time.
My main thing was I have granddaughter and they told me I can't write my granddaughter. I can't have any contact with my kids, and I just barely got back into their life, and yeah, I walked
Yeah.
away from there.
And I take it you reverted to the use of and transaction in controlled substances pretty quickly thereafter, did you not?
No, I absconded to another state.
Uh-huh.
I went to Oregon.
Yeah. Well, are you going to tell me that you were drug free while you were in Oregon?
I was drug free in Oregon for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What happened to change that?
Break up with a girl, and I started drinking and started doing fentanyl pills.
Yeah. Well, I think you're in a position where, you know, you're at your guidelines, are very close to them right now. Now you got credit for 214 days time served, and it's, you know, that's an aggravating factor, but, I guess I'm struggling with what we do here, because you failed at 7 paroles. You failed at your probation this time, and yet at the same time, and the charges that bring you here are scary charges. I mean, high-speed chase and wrecked car, and what I regard as substantial amounts of drugs found in the car after you're finally stopped. Interestingly enough, the owner of that vehicle has not filed a claim for restitution, so you've dodged that bullet.
Yes, sir.
Well, all right. Where do you you obviously are aware of the governor's compact problem.
Yes,
What
sir.
do you think? What are you going to do pending possible transfer to Oregon? You got a place to go?
I could probably go to my mother's, but if I do get paroled here, I'd probably rather go to halfway house,
Mm-hmm.
just because there's just more opportunity there.
Yeah. Well, and I'll be honest with you, that's attractive to me, largely because I want to have a maximum level of support as you make the transition.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, I think you're going to need, given all the problems that you've had, that you're going to need maximum support and maximum control from your parole officer
I
while you
agree.
make that transition. And so a halfway house makes sense to me, even with GPS monitoring and, you know, I want to see to it that you get a maximum opportunity to succeed on parole number 8.
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else you think we ought to consider?
Not that I can think of.
All right, well, you've gone some distance towards convincing me that there is inside you somewhere the prospect of a successful supervision. I suspect that you'll get an opportunity to do that. 2039 is a very long way on down the road, 2038. And
Especially at my age right now.
oh yeah, I mean, let's face it. You could be 75 or 80 years old if you top out this sentence. And you might do every single day of that in an orange jumpsuit. And boy, that would keep me awake at nights if I were sitting in your chair.
Yeah, it does.
All right, anything else?
That's it.
All right. Well, good. You'll be hearing from us. I've endeavored, we say we'll get it in a month to 6 weeks. I endeavor to get it out quite quickly. Like I say, you're at your guidelines. You have not met the board's expectation that you complete programming, but you've done MRT, which is the CBT class, and not much we can do about a substance abuse class.
I've done a lot of substance abuse things on the tablet, but
Yeah.
it's not really the same thing. So,
No.
if I went to Cache County to do a drug program, and by the time I got there, they were done doing it there.
Yeah.
So
Well, the reality is that through no fault of yours, substance abuse treatment has gotten to be more difficult than I would hope that it would be, in that there's limited availability. If you're in a special situation, either classification or language issues or whatever it is, you can't get in there at all. I mean, one of the things that you should recognize that could happen here is that the board could determine that they would give you a parole date, 18 months on down the road, and then contingent upon your successfully completed a substance abuse program, forcing, theoretically at least.
just not one available for me.
Yeah, well, there really isn't. And I mean, in some cases, we're able to light a fire under the corrections system in order to nudge them towards finding a spot for you.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that that's realistic in your particular situation.
Yeah, I've tried everything. I've tried going to counties that accept SL4s. But like I say, I got there in the wrong time. I did
Yeah.
MRTs there, the MRT class, but I don't have the opportunity. There's just not a drug program available for my situation.
Yeah.
But I can do a parole on the street, and I can do some,
Yeah.
there's plenty out there.
Well, yeah, in fairness, a carefully structured parole would open up opportunities for you that aren't realistic expectations in your current environment. And so,
Yeah, I agree.
but I don't know what the board's going to do, but my personal opinion is that that we need to facilitate at some date, not too far in the distant future, an opportunity for you to get programming because I don't know that you're ever going to get it here.
Yeah, but there are programs available actually in Fortitude program.
Yeah.
And there's a new halfway house in Utah County and there's program there also.
Yeah.
So in the halfway house would be, I could go to my mother's. I have an address to go to, but
Yeah.
I'd prefer
Yeah.
to go
Well,
more.
and frankly, I think that's the most realistic expectation. Given your history and your particular situation, I think that a halfway house is what makes sense to me. And of course, I don't want to micromanage where you go on that one, or exactly what you need, but I would anticipate that that we would contemplate a date in the not too distant future to a halfway house with substance abuse and gang conditions.
Yeah,
There again, you're gonna have to live with that for a while.
yeah.
All
I
right.
think structure's the best thing for me right
Yeah.
now.
Well, that's it. I really want to maximize the possibility of you're making a successful transition to the outside.
Yeah.
All right. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Record in just a second. All right, we're on the record. This is the time and place set for a rehearing on Anthony Lopez, 230509. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
My name is Bradley Rich. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today and making a recommendation. And then you'll receive notice in writing once a decision has been reached by the majority of the board. And I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today. So let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information we'll be going over?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections, objections, or concerns to that material?
No.
All right, let me give you a brief rundown of where I think we stand, and then I want to hear from you, both in response to the issues that I raised and anything else you think that the board ought to consider. You have a, you're in on 5 charges, I think, and you have a maximum expiration date of 2032. You have a guideline of 87 months, which would have put you out in November of last year. The board has previously expressed the expectation that you successfully complete a substance or sex offender treatment program and to avoid disciplinary violations. I recognize that you haven't been able to complete that program largely because of your classification. And so you won't have to, I'm not going to hold you responsible for that, but you have had numerous problems while in the prison, including 4 disciplinary violations in the last year or so, and a ton in the since 2020. I mean, it's just horrifying to look at your 4 or 5 pages of disciplinaries. And I'll just be honest with you. I can't conceive that the board is going to ever release you on parole unless you can demonstrate your ability to abide by the rules of the prison. And so let me put the question to you directly. What is the problem?
Well, I've noticed that I take medication, and at the time being, I was on medication that was Tegretol, and it was making me dizzy.
Mm-hmm.
And
Tegretol, did you say?
Tegretol, yeah. And so I had asked my mental health provider, taking me off for it's been probably like 2-3 years, take me off that medication, put me on a new medication, because the medication that they have prescribed for me makes me dizzy, makes me feel like I'm drunk. And so during those times, they wouldn't take me off, and I have bipolar. So I think I had maniac disorder, and so I was acting out, you know.
And so did you get medication switch? Are you on medication now?
Yes,
What are you on?
I'm on Invega and Lamento.
Invega and what?
Lamento.
And are you having any side effects with that? Do they help?
Yeah, they truly help, because ever since they put me on this new medication, I've stayed out of trouble. I've kept myself in order.
Well, I guess I should give you some credit for it, because your last disciplinary was in July 23rd of last year. You know, you had 39 write-ups, though, multiple negative C notes. And
if you look at it, it's all in the time span of me not taking my medication during those times. They're all in a certain.
yeah. Well, what do you intend to do when you get out? Where do you intend to go?
I was intending to go to the halfway house to complete my sex offender treatment program that I'm required to do by the board. I know I have problems, and I want to be able to fix my problems and become a pillar for my community.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, is there any hope of your being reclassified so you could get into a program?
No, so I'm a SL4 and I have safeties.
Hmm.
'Cause I used to-
Because of prior gang involvement?
Yeah,
What's your current situation with the gang?
I've been dropped out for several years now. And, last time I tried going out to pop, I put in to try to go out to pop, but they said that there's a green light on me,
Mm-hmm.
me out in population.
Well, it is interesting because you had this, an extended period of time, really from 2022 until May of 2024, where you didn't have any disciplinary problems. And I think that's consistent with what you just told me. That is to say that you had a rash of those between May and July of 2024. So I'm inclined to buy what you're telling me. But I guess I was harboring some hope that at some stage we'd be able to get you into a program prior to your release. But maybe not. I guess you don't see that there's any way that you'd be reclassified to put you in a position where you'd be eligible to get into a program?
No.
All right, halfway house seems to make sense to me. You have any other thoughts about your release?
No, I don't think paroling to my home, like on parole I would be successful because I need a stepping stone in order for me to fix my past.
Well, you're in a position where you got multiple problems. You're going to require either while inside or on parole, a serious sex offender treatment program. It appears to me that we're not going to be in a position to get you into that. I think you're in a position where you're probably, and your most recent conviction is 2023, is that right? Yeah, 2023, the assault by a prisoner. And of course, that was a third-degree felony, imposes a consecutive sentence. What do you, if you don't mind, can we wade a little bit deeper into how you see your mental health problems? You've mentioned a couple of diagnoses. What do you think? Can you put a name to what your problem is?
A name to it?
Yeah, I mean, do you have a diagnosis?
Yeah, bipolar.
Bipolar? Anything else?
Uh-uh.
And are you currently being treated? You're on medication. Are you currently receiving any therapy?
I go to therapy class.
A therapy class? How often?
Just when I feel like I'm gonna have a breakdown or anything like that, I put in a mental health guy and I go see my mental health.
So you don't have it regularly. You just do it when you think you need it.
Yeah,
And how's that working for you?
that's working out good because there's times that if I ever feel like I'm slipping, put in a mental health guy and I go talk to the therapist and let them know what I'm going through, and they set me on the right.
Yeah. Well, you completed, and I forget whether it was a GED or a high school diploma. Which was it?
High school.
High school. And that entitles you to a time cut. And you've had, you've managed to avoid trouble for the several months now. So I'm thinking the board may want to consider you for release to a halfway house with the appropriate conditions. You think you can follow through on that?
Yes.
All right, you answered all my questions. Do you, and like I say, you had 3 assault charges, assault by prisoner charges, but you've managed to avoid at least that for several years now, or a year and a half now. And you've managed to avoid any additional disciplinaries for at least half a year. I'm unable to find that you've got a substance abuse problem. It doesn't appear to me that you have.
Oh, I don't, sir.
All right, any other issues we should address?
I think we covered bases.
Okay, well, from my perspective, you're a young man. You're only 30. And I think if you can resolve your problems and get some serious therapy and remain on your medications, there's no reason in the world why you can't succeed. On the other hand, boy, we've got you here till 2039, and you'd be approaching 50 if you're not able to put together a successful supervised release. Think you can do that?
I think I can.
All right. Good. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're on the record. This is the time and place set for a rehearing on Jorge Carmelo Solis.
Yep.
171-896, is that you?
Correct.
And my name is Bradley Rich, I'm a member of the Board of Pardons, and I will be conducting a hearing here today and making a recommendation, and you'll receive notice of writing. If you have family or friends who have access to the board's website, they may be able to find out that earlier. And in that vein, let me welcome Julianne Solis and sorry, I've got to put my glasses on. And Janie R. Solis, your mother and sister. You know the rules don't allow you to speak, but your attendance here is acknowledged and supported him, and we appreciate your coming. All right. I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, and so let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do.
All right, let me tell you where I think we stand. Then I want to hear from you, both in terms of addressing the issues that I've raised and anything else you think the board ought to consider. Let me begin by asking, have you received 7 days notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information we'll be going over here today?
I have.
And do you have any objections, corrections, or concerns with that material?
I do not, just that I was attending VTs. It wasn't shown on the record, but I was attending vocational training.
Uh-huh.
So it didn't show that on the record that I was doing education.
All right, and is that past tense? You're not involved in it now?
No, I was recently reassessed and my points sent me back to max as of January 27th.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I was in population for the last year of programming.
Yeah. Well, let me just summarize where I think we are, and then I want to hear from you.
Okay.
And we can address those issues in detail and during the course of this hearing. You have convictions dating back to 2014. Yeah, I think about 6 of them. Yeah, 5 of them. You have a maximum expiration date of 2050 and a guideline of 89 months. Which would put you out in August of 25th to 2026. You receive credit for time served of 427 days. There's no restitution on your current case, but restitution has been ordered on the earlier cases, but that's been referred to the State Office of Debt Collection, and I assume that won't be included. I don't know what the board will do, but I'm assuming that since that's been sent long ago, that they won't make a payment of restitution as a condition of a new parole if you're granted one. Let me tell you what I see the issues being here. You've got a relatively recent charge, a new charge, assault by a prisoner. You've had disciplinaries. You've got a gang classification with Sureños, and it appears to me that the 2022 case, assault by a prisoner, was in fact gang-related. Is that fair?
Yes.
What's your current involvement with the Sureños?
Yes, I am currently still active.
And what's are you currently classified? I guess you're SL4. Is that true?
No. I'm active. The reason I came back was just for points.
Yeah.
SL4B was under the game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're still classified as active.
Correct.
In the prison system. What about, I mean, obviously your new charge relates to involvement with the Sureños. You're comfortable with that?
No, so my biggest thing is a lot of stuff never gets recognized. Like yes, I'm an active gang member. I was on the yard for a year. I do have a lot of say. We was keeping peace on the yard. We're trying to fix everything where everybody's just living comfortable and no issues, you know. With the 2022 case, I did get involved. If it was read, like I said, two people got in an incident. I was there. Somebody else had jumped in, and I removed him from the situation, asked him to stay out of it. He involves himself again, and that's when I involved myself.
like, I understand that, the charges and everything, and that's the last thing I want. You know, I'm trying to go home to my daughter, which is being an active game member. There are certain things where if I don't react, then like you said, it'd be like an SL4 situation. And there's like, with me, I would never, like, it just caused so much conflict and chaos
Oh, yeah.
that my life in here, that's, I do what I have to, but I'm just trying to get home to my daughter, man. Like, I shouldn't even been involved in that last incident. I take full responsibility for it. Like I said, just on this year, I was out there programming, I was trying to do everything. It's hard for us to get into programming. We're all in Bear One. They got all the active game members over there. Like I said, everything's running smooth. We're conversing about things instead of acting with violence. Everything's been going good. I regret to say that I did come back to max for my points. I got reassessed, and I do have max points, so I came back. No issues on the yard, just
Yeah.
strictly for points.
Well, to my way, I mean, the assessment says that you don't have a substance abuse problem. Is that accurate?
Correct. And I was actually, it didn't show it on the file, but I was attending a substance abuse thing, but it was due to the staff. They said that it was no fault to mine. I do have that letter too.
Well, unless you're talking about the June 20th, 2024 disciplinary, or February 18th, 2024 substance abuse disciplinary?
Yeah, so that was, no, so that was a refusal.
Yeah.
Yes, I felt like we were being targeted. They gave us, we were doing so good on the yard with the active game members that they're like, you know what, we're gonna reward you. We're gonna let you guys go out to this programming and do like tournaments with other buildings, football tournaments, stuff like that. We went out there. We came back. When we were out there, they ripped apart our sales, just the active game member sales. We came in and it's like, well, look, if I'm being rewarded, why are you guys targeting us? The very next day, they came in, they tried to UA our entire dorm. And that's when I was like, no, I feel like I'm being targeted. I want to talk to somebody. I refuse. And I was not aware that it was going to be 813. So after that happened, I was like, I wish I would have conformed to that. But it was very upsetting that we were doing so good and yet we're still being targeted over and over, you know?
Yeah. Well, you have 3 disciplinaries from last year, the one we just talked about in February, and then you have a second one in June and a third one in December.
And I apologize for interrupting, but yeah, they're just frivolous. I mean, I shouldn't have.
Well, and I will tell you honestly, I personally am torn by my review of those disciplinaries because on the one level, I see those as minor behavioral issues. I mean, neither one of those seem to me to be particularly scary from my civilian point of view.
Right.
At the same time, they evidence your failure to be able to follow the rules.
Correct.
And I'm hoping that, I mean, I assume you're going to get a date at some point. I mean, you are. You've had one failed parole, but you've got a guideline for next year, and you know, at some stage, you're going to get another opportunity. At the same time, I will tell you, while I'm sympathetic to your particular situation, and I
appreciate that.
I do not discount your view that because of your, and I take it, we're talking association with the Sureños, that you are treated differently than you would be if you weren't.
Correct.
So I'm willing to deal with that realistically. At the same time, so long as you remain in the Sureños, you're gonna be treated differently because
Correct.
you're a Sureño.
Right.
And I'm in a position where I'm going, how can you possibly succeed at parole if you're not able to conform your behavior inside the prison system?
Correct. And see, because it does have that question in the board packet where it asked me, what's your gang? If you're on parole, how is this going to affect it with the gang? My gang's fully aware. I've sacrificed 10 years in here. I mean, I've done everything. It's time for me to go home to my family. Like,
Yeah.
They're aware of it. Like, I got an 11-year-old daughter, you know what I mean? I got locked up when she was 2. I'm missing all this right here. It's like I've dedicated 10 years to the gang. I'm
Yeah.
asking that when I get my day, I just want to stay out the mix, you know? I just want to be able to enjoy life with my daughter, my family, you know?
Yeah,
And they're aware of that. They're like, no, we understand, you know, that's,
yeah.
I-
You've paid a pretty heavy price.
I went from 40 to
And-
50, so.
And you already know that in order to successfully complete parole, you're gonna have to figure out a way to stay away from them, because it's
Right.
gonna be a condition of your parole. And, you know, you're 38, is that right?
I
And
am,
you've devoted your entire adult life to gang problems and prison and a failed parole. And I'm hoping at 38, and I think I just heard a little bit of that from you, that the light has come on. And so tell me about your family situation. You got a mother and sister here today.
yes.
So obviously you've got some family support. And they look to me to be good people.
They are,
Who genuinely care about you. And I don't want to put words in their mouths and they can't speak here today, but I suspect that they have suffered a great deal
tremendously.
through your problem with gangs and being and having to visit you out here rather than you being able to be a good father, son, and brother.
Correct.
And I mean, you've gone some distance towards convincing me that you have those characteristics in you. Where would you live when you get out?
Either with my mother or with my friend's wife.
Mhm.
And I said, I have a little bit of money where I'm saved up. I'm financially stable where I can get out, start paying my restitution, and actually obtain my own place. You know, that's my goal, get a job.
Yeah. Where would you think you could get a job?
So I actually got a friend of mine who already got said, where if I could do it out, I'd be working as a pipe fitter apprentice for the first 4 years. First 4 years I've been an apprentice, but during this time I've been incarcerated, I've used my time to take, let's say, vocational training.
Mhm.
I got certified as a welder, plumber, HVAC, electrical.
Mhm.
I was actually just doing welding right now, but then I was reassessed and brought back to max. I have plenty of job opportunities. My biggest concern is just being able to get out. Like,
Yeah.
if I can get out of here, away from these individuals, it's okay. I mean, I know I can succeed. I've watched my daughter. It breaks my heart to see my mom bring my daughter, you know, and having to explain to my daughter where she's 11 years old that, hey,
Yeah.
you know, it's my fault. It's nobody's fault besides mine that I'm not with you, you know, and that's, even coming back to Mac, it hurts me. Hey, look, I apologize, but we cannot no longer have contact visits because I messed up. And I'm coming back to Max over frivolous write-ups that I'm trying to fight right now, but at the same time, I'm guilty of it, so. But no, I do got tremendous family support, and it does hurt, you know, knowing that,
Well, with an 11-year-old daughter, I mean, she's at a sensitive age and she really needs a father who's there for her.
she does.
And so I'm hoping you've got a successful parole in you there somewhere. And I would be remiss if I didn't note that you have engaged, we've talked about your problems while you're in prison. It's also true that you have done an impressive amount of education, considering your limitations. I mean, I didn't count the number of classes that you've got, but, you know, there's nearly a full page of classes listed there.
Correct.
And so clearly you've got some incentives and some abilities. We just need to figure out a way to separate the bad behavior from the very positive stuff that you're capable of.
Correct. And that's my biggest thing too, is because now I'm back in Max. It's like, this is where the issues are. You know what I mean? And it's like, man, like.
Yeah, how, at what stage will you be eligible to be reclassified?
In 6 months. I'm actually fighting the last write-up because like, I know everybody makes excuses, but the last write-up, I didn't even know what I was doing. My friend asked me to take his pen bag back to the section. I took it back to the section. They're like, hey, you bought property from another building. I'm like, no, I didn't. I'm appealing it right now because my friend's like, hey, look, he had no knowledge that had happened.
Yeah.
I still found guilty. That's what brought me back to Max. Is that?
Well, I reviewed that and as you've already heard me say, I was unable to to factor that in as an aggravation
And I
for
appreciate
release,
that.
because, I don't mean to denigrate prison rules, but your explanation is consistent with the facts that are in the report. So, I personally am not gonna include that in my list of aggravating factors.
I appreciate that.
And, if you got a guideline, it's a year away, and actually a year and a half away. And if you can get out and get into some programming, get some things done, then, and stay out of trouble for a while, there's no reason why you can't get back out of here.
Correct.
All right, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think that the board ought to consider?
No, as I said, I just appreciate your time and understanding my situation, where I'm at, and just
All right.
I was trying to go home to my daughter, man. I know if I get out on parole, I know I'll make it. I just gotta be able to get out of here to do it.
All right, good. With that, we'll conclude the hearing, and they will probably allow you to say hello to your family.
Yes, stay seated, spin around and say.
Thank you.
All right, we're on the record. This is the time and place set for a rehearing on Anthony Miguel PICENO, 220998. Is that you?
Yes.
My name is Bradley Rich, member of the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting a hearing here today, writing a recommendation, and then when the majority of the board arrives at a conclusion, you'll receive notice in writing. If you have family or friends who have access to the board website, they may be able to find it out earlier. Since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have you received 7 days of notice of this hearing in a blue packet
Yes.
containing the information we'll be going over? Do you have any objections, corrections, or concerns?
I don't want to go into the halfway house yet. I don't want to be released yet.
Okay. Well, let me tell you where I think we stand here, and then I'm interested in hearing to you what you think is an appropriate situation. You were in on a variety of offenses with a maximum expiration date of April 27th, 2035. You were, this is a first parole violation. You're in a position where the board has requested and has received a psychological review, which indicates that he has ongoing psychiatric issues, and they recommend that you be classified as a mentally ill offender and be given an opportunity to get into treatment.
Yes.
And I would hope that that would be your goal as well. And truly, one of the realities here is that where you are placed and the availability of mental health treatment is outside of the control of the Board of Pardons. That's up to the prison system, and hopefully the Department of Corrections will be able to evaluate you and get you into a place where you can sort through these issues and make some progress. So you've heard my assessment of where we stand, and so I'm now asking you, what's your view of all this, and what do you hope happens?
I'm not prepared to be released. Last court date that I asked for another 6 months. They were preparing to release me.
Mm-hmm.
And I told them that I don't like getting out undetained.
Mm-hmm.
And with no resolution.
Yeah.
So I haven't been able to make a list of things that I'm purposely supposed to do. I know that I go to the MIO program,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't feel welcome there, and I don't feel welcome on the streets. Sometimes I walk to the bus station, or I walk to the destination I'm supposed to go to, and it's only like mankind that I'm supposed to be ready.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is like to have money, because my operation is just relaxed, being nice, acting casual, and no stealing, no drugs, no alcohol. But the thing is, I like to smoke, and I like to drink, and I monitor myself a lot. I can drink and stuff, and I can smoke, but I do have possession charges and stuff. And that isn't it. I just haven't felt comfortable. I've been homeless. I've been in jail. But
So
I've been trying to go to the program. It's just I'm not prepared.
yeah.
I like to have another 6 months.
Okay.
I haven't slept much. I do sleep, but
What medications are you currently on?
olanzapine, Zyprexa, and I'm get back on them because my other option is going to the halfway house, and I have no other future going out by myself.
Yeah.
So,
Well, you clearly need some support, maybe a lot of support, to my way of thinking, in order to have a successful parole.
yeah.
And I guess one of the things that concerns me that you said is that you don't feel comfortable in the MIO program. Mentally, you don't feel welcome there, I think was your word. Why is that, do you think?
The second option is applying for some application for a substance abuse mental health program.
Mm-hmm.
And I was released from here to one
Mm-hmm.
core program. No, it was Odyssey House.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just not I'm not going to do that yet. I'm not going to put in applications for the halfway house or the
Yeah.
program yet. Cause just the list of options I have, I don't have any.
Yeah.
And I've been here, I've been in jail, and my expiration date, I just don't want to get in trouble again.
Yeah, that's a good goal.
So
How do you see, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how the substance abuse issues and your mental health issues relate to one another. You have an assessment and you've talked about monitoring your level of consumption of alcohol or drugs. How do you see those issues relating to one another?
what is that again?
I'm interested to see, to hear what your view of your use of controlled substances is related to your mental health issues. Do you use those, are you self-medicating, or are you, how do you feel that substance use issues affect your life?
Terribly, I have to use substances. It don't become like horrible. I do manage to sustain, to stay insane and sane, and I'm not likely to go crazy. I just got that maybe third or second degree because I kept getting possession of paraphernalias.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't recall any other charges. I don't remember any. I just know the ones that I came here for. So, and then before that, I was trying to take advantage. No, not take advantage. Like, I was withholding the advantage of foster care and what they gave me, and I did go to Job Corp and stuff, but I got a dirty UA. I was just having fun all this time. And then I got this expiration date, and I don't want to get out yet. I seem to get 3 meals a day here, and I get as much sleep as I need to, and I get to watch TV, and I was unhealthy just previously, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And it was becoming a I don't know, I couldn't even stretch out anything. I couldn't, like, what I mean is that I wasn't functioning really. My bodily function was tired and stuff, and I don't know why. But
Is that what you're talking about when you were out?
no, I was in here and stuff. I went to Draper, and then I came here, and I came from Utah County Jail, but it was similar. It was about like 7 years ago.
Yeah.
I did like 5 years in and out of jail.
Do you feel like you're doing all right now while you're in?
I feel good. It's just I've been taking breaks off my medications, and I'm just relaxed right now. I just stay here, and then I maybe ask for another 6 months, you know, just get to work here.
Yeah.
I wanted to go to UCI or something, you know.
What about, are you getting any therapy here? You're obviously taking a couple of prescriptions. Are you getting any therapy here?
Yeah, sometimes, but there's not really anything to
Yeah.
talk about. There's nothing to talk about, really. I've been incarcerated, and I was in foster home, and it's really easy to tell anyone what I've become.
Mm-hmm. When were you in a foster home? How
Uh,
old were you?
I was like maybe 12. I went into a foster care program, and I went to school, and I did graduate. So
Mm.
I no write-ups, nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went to work one time. I mean, um, I've gained certificates before. I just don't remember
Mm-hmm.
the
Yeah.
reinstatement and stuff like that. I can get my food handler's permit again.
Mm-hmm.
I like dishwasher job. So
Mm-hmm. All right, you've answered all my questions. Is there anything else you think the board ought to consider?
uh just another advantage, asking to please have me do another 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like getting out right now.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, we're on the record. This is the time and place set for an original hearing on Jose Alfredo Solis, 79251. Is that you?
Correct. Yes.
My name is Bradley Rich. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today and then making a recommendation to the other board members. And whenever a majority of the board arrives at a decision, you'll be notified in writing. If you have family or friends who have access to the board's website, they may be able to find that out earlier than you'll get it through the mail. And towards that end, let me recognize the presence here today of Alexis Solis, your sister, Alexandrina Molina, your mother, and Natalia Juarez, niece, Honesty Juarez, niece, Journey Juarez, niece, and Elijah Perez, nephew. You know that the rules don't allow you to speak here today, but your appearance here in support of Mr. Solis is powerful evidence and something that the board will be impressed by. Thank you for coming. Since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Have you received 7 days notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information that I will be going over here today?
Yes, sir.
We have the IPR, that is to say, the Institutional Progress Report that was received late. Have you received that?
I haven't.
You were entitled to receive that, and we can put that over while in order for you to review that if you choose to ask for that.
Are you talking about the solid report, progress report?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did get that.
All right. And when did you receive that?
I got that a couple of days ago.
Yeah. You have the right to additional time to review that.
Okay.
Do you want to waive that and
Yeah.
proceed here today?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right. With that, I'll acknowledge that you have in fact received that report and that you waived the right to additional time to review it. Let me tell you briefly where I think we stand, and then I want to hear from you, both in response to the issues that I'm about to raise and anything else you think the board ought to consider. You have a guideline of 20 months or of 74 months, which would put you out in November 16, 2025. You have a maximum expiration date of 2039. You've been committed on 5 charges, but 3 of those have been terminated. And in fact, your most recent conviction is violation of a protective order, a third-degree felony, which would reflect it was imposed consecutively, and that gives you the 2039 guideline date. I should note also that you've completed 2 programs, both a substance abuse program and a welding program that entitled you to earning time credit. I would note a couple of things. You've had no disciplinary since 2021 that I'm able to find.
No, sir.
And you've done some good programming. So, you're making a lot of headway. I note that you have at least historical involvement with Norteños. Are you still a member of that gang?
No, I completed the modified program in 2023.
Yeah.
But my involvement with them has ended since 2008.
Yeah. So you still have modified status?
I completed it in 2023.
completed.
Yeah.
Have you had any problems with that?
No, sir.
So you don't view other Norteños as being a potential threat to you?
Well, currently they don't reside anywhere near population. I guess they're all stuck back in the max.
Yeah.
But I did have problems, with other people being in population as being a former
Yeah.
gang member. But I just had to deal with that and had to stand up for myself and tell them that, at the end of the day, I'm still a man, and you guys ain't gonna, I'm done with that stuff, and I care not to engage. And so they, after a while, they left me alone, you know?
Yeah,
So, because because I refused to engage in any kind of
yeah.
activity.
Well, that's encouraging. And at least according to the report, you don't have a substance abuse problem. Am I missing something there? How do you see substance use issues?
Well, at the time of my offense, I was deeply involved in drugs.
Uh-huh.
In 2014, I injured my back at work and got involved in medication, which led to self-medication. And from that point on until my arrest, there wasn't a time that I wasn't using drugs.
Mhm.
But the moment I got here, I realized what my problems were.
Mhm.
That was relationships and drug abuse.
Mhm.
And,
Yeah. Well, yeah, interestingly enough, the assessment ratio has been low on the alcohol and drug problem scale. And that's encouraging. And you've completed a substance abuse program. Do you feel like you've got that issue under control?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's turn to, you've answered my question. I had 3 areas of concern, and we've dealt with 2 of the 3 so far, and that is to say, gang membership. You've made some headway on that one. Substance abuse issues, it appears that you've made some headway on that one. And which brings us to the 3rd issue, which is to say, domestic abuse issues. What's the story with that?
So I've had prior issues, and I never was educated about the root problem of where that issue arose. And to be completely honest, I had to dig deep and realize that I learned that behavior as a child. Excuse me. I learned that behavior as a child, watching my mother deal with the same issues that I dealt with as an adult, and to see where I get that issue from really hurts, because I have nieces, I have daughters, and my mother who suffered a lot, you know, and I realized that is a toxic relationship, and that men shouldn't dominate in a relationship. It should be 50-50, to which at the time I didn't know was, that's all I knew was just being the dominant partner. That's all I knew.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because all 5 of your cases involve that kind of behavior, and I'm impressed by your current insights into the roots of that. It seems to me like you've sorted through those issues. Do you currently have a relationship with the victim in this case?
No, sir.
Is there going to be any problems staying away from her?
No, not at all.
Do the 2 of you share?
We have a daughter that was adopted.
And she was your daughter, but she was adopted by another family? Is that
Yeah,
what-
she was the victim, and I had a daughter, and she was adopted out.
And do you have any current contact with her?
Occasionally they'll write me, the foster parents will write me, but
How old is she now?
she's 6 years old.
And do you have, is it fair to conclude that you have, that's not going to be an issue?
No, sir.
That you and she have no current relationship and you don't intend to resume that, and that there are no issues related to your daughter that would require you to have any ongoing contact with the mother?
No, sir, because I have direct contact with the foster parents myself.
How do you see that relationship once you're released on parole? Do you intend to pursue a relationship with your daughter?
As much as possible, but at the moment I got to focus on myself. I got to take care of me, And in the future, I will try to reunificate with my daughter through DCFS.
Mhm. Let's talk about how you see your parole. What do you intend to do when you get out? Let's start with why you've been able to successfully complete 2 prior paroles, and then talk about what would be different on the next parole.
For one, experience. I'm older now and wiser. I'm getting older, so I don't got no time to mess around. And I think educating myself, I have 2 more classes to complete associate's degree, and to further my education in welding department, I could be doing a bridge program that Weber State offers as engineering. I'm a skilled welder. I'm certified in 4 major types of welding. I have jobs lined up with a couple of buddies of mine with in the dump truck business, to welding on their trucks, to making sure that they're good to drive on the road. And I got another job waiting for me in the Kennecott mines, depending on what my parole issues are. My parole is gonna allow, if they're gonna allow me to travel or not.
Where do you intend to live?
Sober living. I got Spanish Fork Building Beginnings in 24 East 300 North Spanish Fork, or the John Taylor House, whichever.
What was the name of the program again?
It's called Building Beginnings, Spanish Fork.
And you have any idea what the length of that program would be?
Soon as I have a date, they said to call them and make sure they have room for me. But they said I need a solid date in order for them to actually. But I'm working with the LDS services, brother and sister Fraser, and they're on board on getting me a place to stay. If not here, whichever one will accept me, that they're willing to.
Good. Do you, and after you complete that program, where do you intend to live?
I intend to get my own place, and live out my life, as a productive member of society.
Yeah. What about, obviously you'll have some therapeutic help through the sober living facility. You have any further thoughts on potential therapy?
I guess relationship classes like life skills. I did a college course on effective communication, which I think was very powerful and helpful to know the different types of communication that is effective in a relationship. So I think classes as such as that, as I wouldn't mind learning more about domestic violence. Just so I'm pretty sure I've worked hard for the last 6 years on that issue. But I don't think that learning more would be very helpful for me.
Yeah. Well, you've done all the right things. You've abandoned the gang, you've taken you've done an impressive amount of training. You've gotten, you got your high school degree, and you're well on your way to getting a college degree as well.
Yes, sir.
You have articulated to me, at least an impressive level of insight into your own behavior and problems.
Yes, sir.
In short, you've I'm hoping that at 45, the light has come on for you.
Yes, sir.
Think it has?
I think it has.
All right. Well, you've answered all my questions. Is there anything in addition that you'd like the board to consider?
I do got some final comments.
Good.
I would like to express my gratitude to all the members of the board and the staff that made today's hearing possible. For many years now, I have had the opportunity to work on myself in ways that was not possible on the streets. I was able to dig nonstop deep into my soul to address the issues that caused my incarceration. The things I found were not pretty, and I knew the only way was to face my issue was to be 100% honest with myself. This became my shift in life. From that point forward, I have worked hard to become the best version of myself, not just for me, but my family and friends. I dedicate my actions and thoughts for the goodness of humanity, and I am very proud of the person I've become today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. I think they'll allow you to turn in your chair and say hello to your family. All right, we are on the record. This is time set for a parole violation and potential original hearing on Caden John Ashton, 240397. Is that you?
Yeah.
And my name is Bradley Rich, member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today and making a recommendation to the other board members. And whenever a majority of the board members arrive at a conclusion, you'll receive notice in writing. If you have a family or friends who have access to the board's website, they may be able to find that out before you can via mail. Since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes.
Have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing information that will be going over here today?
Yes.
And do you have any objections, corrections, or concern to that?
No.
All right, there is a late disclosure here, which is actually a letter from you. We're required, you're entitled to 7 days of notice and an opportunity to review that. But I take it since it's your letter, you're prepared to proceed here today?
Yeah, sorry about that too.
No, that's great. I had an opportunity to read it, and this should allow us to go ahead and proceed here. We begin with parole violation hearing, and there are a total of 10 counts, and I'm about to read them to you. You have the right. You previously denied all of them. It is my belief that allegation number 6 has resulted in a conviction. Is that not true?
Yes.
And that as a result of that plea bargain, allegation number 7 alleging failure to stop, allegation number 8 regarding related to reckless driving, allegation number 9 possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, and number 10 possession of drug paraphernalia. Have those counts all been dismissed?
Yeah.
Pursuant to a plea bargain?
Yes.
All right. Based on your new conviction, that would certainly constitute a violation of your parole, and I'm going to so rule. I'm about to read to you the various allegations, and you can admit or deny those. If they are, if you deny them, the board may well determine to have a hearing on those allegations. But and if such a hearing were requested, you would have most of the rights you'd have at any ordinary criminal trial: the right to counsel, the right to testify or not, the right to cross-examine your witnesses, the right to have an attorney appointed if you could not afford one, the right to review the evidence against you, the right to present evidence both in the form of written or testimonial evidence. You understand those rights?
Yes.
All right, let me read the allegations in turn to you and ask you to admit or deny them. Allegation number 1, by having failed to report to adult probation or parole on the day released from prison, or report as a directed, absconded parole, or left the state without written permission of the parole agent. How do you plead to that?
Guilty.
Number 2, by having failed to report the same allegation as previously on or about June 10th, 2024. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Number 3, by having failed to establish a residence without prior approval and on or about 5/30/2024.
Guilty.
Number 4, by having failed to complete mental health substance abuse counseling on 6/10 in violation of condition number 1 of the of your parole conditions.
I'm pretty sure like I got that done and stuff, but I'm not gonna contest it. Let's just
All right. Do we enter a plea of no contest to that one then?
as if yeah, I guess yeah.
All right.
I don't want to like slow things down or nothing,
Yeah.
but
And then number 5, by having absconded or fled from supervision on the same date, 6/10.
yeah,
All right.
guilty.
In view of your entry of pleas to the other charges, to counts 1 through 5, and then let's turn to count 6, which is to say that by having committed or been convicted of a new criminal offense, failures to respond to an officer's signal, a third-degree felony, or by having associated with any person in violation of your parole agreement on August 8th, or August 9th, 2024. How do you plead?
Guilty.
All right, based on your conviction and your admissions to count number 6, or counts numbers 1 through 6, I'm going to dismiss on my own motion the remaining counts 7 through 10, based on the fact that the court has dismissed those charges previously, and revoke your parole date of April 9th, 2024, which will allow us to turn to an original hearing. And we're really in a position where I have read your letter. I have an understanding of what you think. I appreciate particularly your desire to be there to help your 83-year-old grandmother. I also note that you've enrolled in the SOLID program, and I'm interested in hearing how your progress is there. I guess I'm wondering why you haven't been able to complete your prior paroles. So that's the laundry list of the things that I've flagged as areas that we got to explore, and I'm interested in hearing your response to those issues as well as anything additionally you think the board should consider.
I guess I mean, in solid, I'm currently going to every class and getting the education and growing every day from it. I just kind of slipped into an old routine before, and it's something that I just have no excuse for. I'm learning to take accountability on things and trying to grow as a person, and I just want to be out there for my grandma. So.
Well, let's talk briefly about your new conviction. It's a third-degree felony, and according to the facts of that case, on August 8th of last year, the Marshal Service strike team attempted a traffic stop, which you fled. It required spikes to disable your car, and they found brass knuckles, drug paraphernalia, and credit card documents. What was going on there?
I mean, I just kind of went back into my old ways, and it just kind of got out of my hands. It just.
Yeah, I guess what I'm struggling with is why you did that. I mean, you're really a young man, only 32. You've got now 2 failed paroles behind you. I'm wondering.
This last time I didn't have any. I basically left prison with like a chauffeur in a limousine, and I thought it was like my current boyfriend, and it ended up being this stalker I have, and it just kind of led to a whole bunch of issues from the gate. And it just I just did not have the right precautions to deal with that, and it just kind of literally from the gate on, it was just kind of a wreck. I had so many plans, and it just went totally opposite of what I had tried going for myself, and it was crazy.
Why do you think that happened?
I mean, I established boundaries with this person that did this, and they just know how to push those boundaries, and like I've tried giving them every opportunity that I'm not interested, and it just looked like a certain way to my significant other, like I was leaving with them. And it just then I didn't have an address to go to because he thought I left with somebody else. And so it was just like, it was a crazy experience getting out of prison to where like I just had no, it was nuts.
So it sounded like this person was a distinct negative influence.
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to get clear of him on your next?
Yeah,
meeting?
yes.
You don't have any ongoing contact with him?
No.
Not going to get into a limo with him? again?
No. No, he wasn't in it. So like I literally didn't even know until I was heading the wrong direction to Utah County that I was going to him. And then once I realized that, I had the chauffeur call my ex-fiance and let her know like that I was going somewhere that I didn't want to go. She wouldn't let me out. It was crazy. Like
Yeah.
she said she'd lose her job if she let me out. So she had to take me clear to Utah County. And then, yeah, it was just a big mess.
And I guess that I'm still struggling with, and that because that situation is so peculiar, it's very, very hard for me to extrapolate to possible future conditions. And I'm struggling with the notion of
Well, that person's currently left state to my knowledge. He's totally out of the area. Yeah, he's no longer whatsoever in my life. So like, but that is kind of what led to like, I don't know. It was a crazy time. I just wasn't prepared for any of that. And
why did you flee the federal agents in August?
well, at first I didn't know that, I was just being spiked out of nowhere. So I dodged it. And at that point I knew I was on the run. I didn't want to, I just led to old behaviors. I didn't want to come back here.
Yeah. They found drug paraphernalia. What did they find?
I think they found some foil, some tin foil.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm unable to find that they've actually detected any drugs. Or maybe
Yeah, there was no drugs, and honestly, I'm not a dangerous person when it comes to weapons. I really didn't even know that the brass knuckles were in the car, and that's like honesty.
Whose car was it?
It was my car.
Mm-hmm. Where did they find the brass knuckle? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Well, from my perspective, you're a young man. You're only 32. You've got a maximum expiration date. It's 2029. The new offense is in fact that date, that maximum expiration date. A couple of I think you got over 20. I think I counted 21 offenses under which you've been convicted or committed to prison. Though 2 of those have been discharged. And I'm hoping that, which leaves us, I think, with a total of like 19 third-degree felonies you're in on.
Yeah.
And like I say, it's an impressive accumulation of felony offenses for a person only 32 years old.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to assess what the plan is for you.
Well, I've currently met somebody that's got their life together. They have 0 record. I've got them in my life right now. I'm planning to build a relationship. I've never had like a relationship with somebody who has a regular life that's, you know what I mean? I've always kind of just attracted somehow been it's just.
And do you intend to live with them? Is that what you intend to do?
Well, I would tend to take care of my grandma, and
So
then
you would live with your grandmother?
yeah, and then afterward I'd probably, but he's got 3 businesses that he owns, so like finding an occupation would be no problem.
All right, well, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think that the board ought to consider?
I think I've just got it all from the letter.
All right,
All right.
well, that's good. I appreciate the letter. I mean, you clearly indicated some insight into what your problems are and what you required to succeed on your next parole. With that, we'll conclude the hearing if there's nothing further. Thank you. Good luck to you.
All right, today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Matthew Richardson, offender number 218872. That is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing? Do you feel ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had a rescission original hearing back in February of 2024. You were granted a February 2025 parole date contingent on no disciplinary violations and completion of substance use treatment. In December, the board received notice that you hadn't completed, that you weren't going to be able to complete the program due to some disciplinary issues. That was the reason why your parole date was rescinded and you were scheduled for today's hearing. Now, when I was looking through everything, the institutional progress reports, it doesn't show that you have had any recent disciplinary convictions. So I don't know what disciplinary issues they were referring to. Maybe you could provide some information on that.
That's what I was, when I got the blue packet too, I was like, oh, I haven't had a write-up in over a year.
That's what I was looking at. That's one of the things I highlighted. I looked at your last disciplinary violation. It looks like it was at like October of last year. See if I can get the date on there. It's actually October of 2023 is the last one that's listed as a disciplinary conviction. And did you see the special attention report that was submitted that spurred the rescission?
I read, it confused me, honestly. I was like, I didn't understand it because I was like, hold on, wait, I've been doing everything they've been asking of me. Because I did the RH program in Max. I did the Thinking Errors program in Max. I was doing the Atlas, the Conquest on the tablet while in Max.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I got a certificate right here doing the CBTs, substance abuse course completed right here. You know what I mean? Like I've been doing everything I was supposed to. I've been talking to my caseworkers. They're like, oh yeah, you're staying cap compliant by doing this and this. You know what I mean? And like, I was very confused on like why it said that and how it was worded.
Yeah, the wording's off. It actually says that you've yet to be moved to the green housing unit that houses a residential substance use treatment program due to your actions. So I highlighted that and I was looking through and I saw the last disciplinary was October of 2023. You've outlined the things that you have completed. Why were you in restrictive housing to start with? Was it based off of those October disciplinary violations?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then
They
you
overrid me.
Okay. And since that time, you've completed the RH program, some other classes. What substance use treatment did you do?
The CBTs on the tablet.
Okay.
Because that's what the last time, the lady I seen when I seen the board, she told me to do that. And so she said they weren't, she was going to recommend not making me contingent where I was in Max, because I was in Max when I seen her. She's like, how much longer are you going to be back here? I was like, they overrid me for a year, so I'm going to be back here a whole year. You know what I mean? I was like, whatever you want me to do, I'll do my best to doing it, you know what I mean, with my circumstances. I apologize for my actions and everything, you know what I mean? I still do. And that's why I've been showing now. I haven't been in no trouble. I've been doing good. I've been trying to do my best to stay good, you know what I mean, and keep progressing, doing these courses, doing what I can on the tablet, especially with my circumstances back there. We didn't have the tablet every day. You know what I mean? And my health is deteriorating. I have major heart problems now that I'm not being able to be treated for. And I was supposed to already have a couple heart surgeries that's been pushed out because of this. Because my one heart surgery, I have to go to Murray to have it done. And I guess the UEU said, here, won't let that happen unless I get released.
Well, what I'll inform, I don't make a decision in the matter, but what I will inform the board of is I'll highlight the dates that you had your hearing in February of 2024. The disciplinary violations that you did have were known to the board at that February 2024 hearing. At that time, the requirement for release was you have no new disciplinary violations, which you haven't. You've completed the classes and programming that are available to you within the restrictive housing unit. So I'll inform them of all of that. I'll clarify, I think the language in the rescission request was confusing. I think that it was interpreted as new disciplinary issues caused you not to be able to get into programming. And so I'll make sure it's clear to the board that it wasn't any new disciplinary issues that
I barely
restricted your
got out of
access.
max in December.
And then the board can move forward with another decision. Do you have a place where you can do ongoing substance use treatment in the
I
community?
got into Odyssey House, yeah. And then not only that, like if they really want me to be incarcerated still, I'm not saying they are, but can I please go to a halfway house to take care of my medical stuff? Like I'm even asking maybe if I can even get a compassionate release, you know what I mean? Because I have to have, not only was I only supposed to have the one heart surgery, but I just seen my heart doctor last week and he said where I haven't been getting the treatment and everything that the medications and everything, I'm getting worse and now I have to have a second major heart surgery now because of it. And I'm scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared of it now. You know what I mean? My heart's giving out on me and it is scary.
Well, what I'll recommend to the board, I don't know if they'll go along with the recommendation, but I'll recommend that you do substance use treatment either at the community correctional center or a private program that you're able to find on your
Yeah, I've
own.
already got it. It's already approved too. It's in the blue packet. They sent me saying, hey, Odyssey has accepted you, da-da-da. And I was like, okay, cool. You know what I mean?
Right. All right, I'll get all this information over to the board tomorrow, and then the board will deliberate. It should be a fairly quick matter to review, and then you'll get the updated board decision. Obviously, you're not going to be able to get released by the 25th. By the time the board makes a decision and puts that release date in place, I think the soonest would be a month after that.
Yeah, I mean, they can even look up my medical history with the UU. They can get a hold of the U or whatever they need to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, I've been doing good and everything I need to. That's why I was confused about it. I was like, whoa, when did I get new write-ups? Like,
right.
Been doing good since 2023. Like, it's 2025. It's almost 2 years.
And I'll make sure I clarify that in the report that I submit to the board. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time today, and you should get the board's decision here fairly quickly.
Thank you. I appreciate you too.
All right, we'll go ahead and conclude.
Have a good day.
Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Francisco Flores, offender number 195301. Mr. Flores, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. The board did a scheduling review, and they scheduled today's hearing with the expectation that you complete domestic violence, cognitive behavioral therapy, remain compliant with your case action plan, also a sex offender assessment and psych review.
Yeah.
Subsequently, the psych review was removed. That order was removed. It didn't appear as though you had any immediate mental health concerns, and that wasn't an issue moving forward. But is that accurate? Do you have any underlying mental health concerns that you're addressing?
No.
Okay. All right, we'll go over the progress that you've made there at the jail. Before we do that, I need to go over the commitment offense with you. It's case 221-902-831, stalking, third-degree felony. The information is that in September of 2022, it was reported by the victim that you had been calling and texting her repeatedly. We wouldn't stop. Concerned that you were entering the home where she lives. there was a number of things that happened that were unusual that she suspected that you were involved in, tampering with the water heater, tampering with her vehicle, tampering with the cable connection. And then that all occurred between September and October of 2022. And then in October of 22, the victim reported that you had broken into her home, stolen some cash, held her by force while covering her mouth repeatedly and commanding her to be quiet, that you fled when she was on the phone with 911. Is that information accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe you could provide some clarification as to what was all going on during this time frame.
It was pretty much like one of the biggest reasons is we were having a fallout. We were getting a divorce. And then, you know, me not being on my diabetic meds, I wasn't thinking clearly. And then obviously losing a child didn't help, you know. It was just a lot of factors that were put into play. That doesn't justify the actions that I did, you know, because I take responsibility for what I did, and I know that what I did was wrong, you know. So that is like on my end, that's pretty much what was going on.
Have you had any contact with the victim since your final arrest on this?
No.
Do you plan on having any further contact?
No.
And do you have children in common?
No, we don't. That was the child that passed away on us.
I would imagine that the victim is extremely fearful of you. There was a number of chances where you were informed that she didn't want contact. The court indicated that she didn't want contact. You had police involvement where they informed you that you weren't allowed to have contact. And then it culminated in that incident where you went to the home and held her against her will and stole cash. I mean, is there anything that you can say that would alleviate the concern that you're going to get out and go right back to doing the same thing?
I'm not. One of the biggest things is because, like I said, now I'm thinking more clearly. I'm on my meds, so I'm thinking more clearly. And to be honest, that's not something that I wish to be. Like, I wouldn't be on this side anymore. You know, this is not something that I want to be doing. Like I said, I understand where she's coming from, because reading her statement made me see how I was. But how I was and how I am now is a complete change, because like I said, I don't want to have anybody fear me. That's not what I want, you know?
What meds are you on that help you think more clearly?
So I'm diabetic. And so when your sugar level goes in either way, it makes you start, your emotion get more of you than what you want it to be. And so that's what pretty much the medicine that I was on. I stopped taking it for almost, I'm gonna say like 4 to 5 months when all this started happening. And like I said, now that I'm on my meds, I'm more controlled over my emotions. That's one of the biggest issue that I have, is that when I don't take my meds, my emotions take the best of me.
One thing that you mentioned is that now that you're behind, the fence there, you're incarcerated, that you don't want to go back to that. But I mean, this isn't your first time in prison. This is your third prison commitment. You've got a number of serious cases going all the way back to 2005. It seems like this is repeat behavior that you should have corrected long ago.
Right.
Let's go over the expectations that the board laid out for today's hearing. Have you been able to do any classes or programming?
I did. I completed the MRT program that they wanted me to do. The domestic violence class, they do not offer it in any jail. So that was one of the things that I did talk to my caseworker about, and he mentioned that if there was any confusion by the board, It was not done because I didn't want to, it's because it wasn't offered to me. And then the only thing that I have on my case action plan besides that is working, and I've been working for a year since I've gotten here.
Is there anything that stands out that you learned from the MRT class?
Yeah, a lot of it, like I said, a lot of it is like the criminal mentality that I had, how I can correct that, and how sometimes you have to step back and look at what you're doing and what actions you're causing, because it may not just hurt yourself, it could hurt others, you know, as I caused this time around.
I did read the institutional progress report that was submitted by the facility. It does talk about your employment, the classes that you've completed. You had a disciplinary violation in August of 2023. It was disorderly conduct, reckless endangerment. It states that you started a fire.
Yes. So in here, the headphones cost a lot of money. And the only way that you can fuse the wires together is by starting a fire and fusing them together. It wasn't my intention to start a fire. It was to fix something that was really expensive in here, so I didn't have to keep purchasing that product.
You submitted a board packet. It outlines some of your release plans if the board was to consider setting a release date after today's hearing. You indicate that you have family that you are going to live with, that you have employment arranged. Anything else in regards to a release plan?
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? I don't
Well, sure. I'm
understand.
just asking you to elaborate on what your release plans are.
So on my release plan is obviously get a job so I can occupy my time. Also, I'm going to try and go to school to better myself into a different employment, and then take the classes that I need to, or that are required of me for me to do well in the community.
And you are willing to do parole if that's the direction the board goes?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have a maximum 5-year sentence, which puts you at October of 2027. You have a sentencing guideline date of 32 months, puts you at June of this year. The board will take those timeframes into consideration. They can deviate from that guideline date if they feel it's appropriate to do so. They'll take into consideration everything that we've discussed today. As a hearing officer, I'm not tasked with making a decision in the matter. I'll provide all the information to the board, and it's up to the 5 board members to review everything and determine how they would like to proceed. Is there any additional information that you would like me to present to those 5 board members?
Just like I said, just, you know, that I'm not the same person that I was when I first created this crime. You know, I understand that I have had times before, like you mentioned, to correct. This was more of I didn't mean to do what this caused, you know. Like I said, I'm not trying to minimize what I did, because that's not what it is. It's more of the fact that there was a lot of factors that happened, and I took therapy for a little bit. They said that I didn't need it at that point in time, but I think that that's one of the things that I do need to take, just so I can get my what I have inside. You know, as a Mexican male, you're taught that, you know, it's not manly to express your feelings, and that I think that's one of the things that I do need to express, of like how I feel at that point in time. That would help me out a lot, you know.
All right. And one thing we didn't mention that I want to make sure I put on record, because it was part of the expectations for today's hearing, it was the sex offender treatment assessment. The board did receive a copy of that. Did you see a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
The assessment states that the current offense is not sexually motivated. The recommendation is that you do a domestic violence assessment and follow those recommendations.
That is correct.
All right. All right. I will forward the board your statements there, and they should be able to deliberate and make a decision in the next 2 to 3 weeks. They will mail you a board order, which will outline everything that's expected moving forward.
Okay,
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
thank you very much. I can go now, right?
All right, today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Jim. How do you pronounce your last name?
LeFevre?
LeFevre, offender number 160431. Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name's Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. The board conducted a scheduling review. They scheduled today's hearing with the expectation that you comply with your case action plan and complete cognitive behavioral therapy. So we'll go through the progress you've made in those areas. But before we do that, I need to go over your commitment offenses with you. You've got two separate cases. First case, 221-502-513. That was burglary, entering a building unlawfully. The board received the pre-sentence investigation where it outlines the offense summary and everything that happened. But if you could just provide a summary as to what happened.
Basically, I was at a place that I shouldn't have been, and I got in trouble for it. I had no permission to be where I was at, and I didn't have good intentions. And
So you were there to steal some things, commit a burglary?
not necessarily steal some things. I was there kind of scoping stuff out, I guess, so to say. And I did not have permission to be there.
Okay. And then were you there when police arrived?
Was I there when police arrived? No, I wasn't.
Okay.
My car was.
So what caused you to run off?
Huh?
What caused you to run off?
Well, we were there, and then it was on top of a hill, I guess so to say. So we could kind of see out where, and I seen lights, and so police caused me to run off.
Okay. And then your other case is 221-502-482, purchase, transfer, possess, use of a firearm by a restricted person. Same thing, if you could just let me know what happened with that case.
So that one's kind of tough for me. I've struggled on what I was going to say to you for months now on this situation. There was a gun that was put in my car. I don't run around with guns. I know I'm a felon. I know I'm not allowed to have a firearm. I've never messed around with guns. The individual I was hanging out with knew that too, and knew I was a felon. And it got left in my glove box. When I got pulled over, and then I got pulled over, and the officer was impounding my car because I didn't have the right plates on my car, and they found the gun. Where I'm at fault for it is it's my car. I should have known what was in my car. So therefore I'm responsible for the firearm. That's why I pled guilty to it. But I just wanted the board to know that I'm not the type of person that's out running around looking for doing crimes and running around with a gun. I'm not that guy. You can ask anybody that knows me. I stay away from firearms because I know I'm a felon and I can't be around a firearm. So that's where it goes. That's where it's kind of hard for me.
All right. You have had consistent criminal history. Even in your juvenile years, you had a number of adjudications, and then straight into your adult life, you started picking up cases on and off over the years leading to this prison commitment. What do you think the main problem is? Why can't you get things on track?
Well, I terminated when I came into prison last time, I terminated my number 2011. I got another charge in 2014, and then I haven't been in trouble since 2014. I moved out of state. I went to Arizona. I was off probation within a year, and I've stayed out of trouble. My problem was I came back to the same town I grew up in, and yeah, that was my problem.
Yeah, I'm showing a break in your criminal record from 2014 to 2022.
Yeah.
Was that when you were in Arizona?
I went to Arizona for I think 3, 4 years. And then I came back to Utah and I stayed out of trouble for 3, 4 years. So, yeah.
Then you got back in contact with old acquaintances or what?
Basically.
You start using?
No, I'm not. I'm not a user really. I have smoked marijuana in the past, but I'm not really a user. It's just I was hanging out with the wrong crowd that weren't following the law. That's basically what it came down to.
Were you struggling financially, or why were you resorting to stealing things?
I was struggling financially. I was going to lose my apartment or my, I guess it wasn't an apartment, it was a house, but I was going to lose my place to live. I had a girlfriend at the time that was very not right for me. That put a lot of pressure on me money wise. And so I resorted to things that I was just trying to get money to basically survive. I got hurt at work. I worked at a hotel. I hurt my back, my lower back, and I still have a ongoing case right now about that. So I wasn't able to really work. Then I was in a four-wheeler accident about 3 months before I came to prison. I broke my upper back. And so like it was really hard for me to find work, I guess. And then with the other case, I wasn't able to find work because of my case. I couldn't work. They stipulated me not to work because I was going to court over it and all that stuff. But that's not an excuse. I shouldn't have been doing what I was doing, and it led me here.
I got a copy of your institutional progress report. You had a couple disciplinary violations, relatively minor violations in last year, October and April. But you're employed in the jail laundry. You've done well while incarcerated. You've completed a number of classes, including MRT. Is there any insight that you've gained, any of the classes or programs that you've done that you feel are helpful, that you've learned some things you can use when you get out?
So I want to present these to you. I don't know if you have a copy of them, but here's my MRT certificate that you guys wanted me to do. I completed that. I also completed functional behavior. That's when the prison gives out, that's a 17-week class. And then I have Inside Out Dad. That's a 24-hour class. I mean, and then I liked all these classes. I think I've changed a lot since I've been here. I've been locked up for 15 months now, and I totally believe I'm not the same person as I was when I got locked up. I also have life skills that I completed, anger management, relapse prevention, early recovery, another early recovery, and another life skill. And then I also completed crap, I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember what the class is called, but it should be in my paperwork.
Yeah, it's obvious you made some good progress while incarcerated. You've completed a number of classes. The ones that you just outlined, I've noted. I also do have a start date and finish date on those classes that you mentioned. So I'll present all of that to the board. You filled out your board packet, which outlines your release plan. So I noted some of those things, relatively general. You indicated where you plan on living, what you plan on doing, but would you like to expand on your release plan, how you plan on being successful upon release?
So I have a lot of goals when I get out. I'm 40. I turned 40 years old being locked up, and I always told myself that I didn't want to be 40 years old and be in prison. And here I am, 40 years old and being in prison. That's a big slap in the face for myself because I didn't ever want to do that. But as far as my release plan is, my mom lives in Pingwich, Utah, and her landlord, she lives in a one-bedroom apartment on the backside of a hotel. And they have an apartment that's vacant. It's been vacant for a year now that they have scheduled for me to go to. So I'm going to go straight to my own apartment right next to my mom. The landlord is the lady that owns the hotel. She is getting ready to sell the hotel, but she has about 1.5 years worth of work that needs to be done to the hotel. So she's going to give me a job as soon as I get out. The day I get out, I'll be there living next to my mom and working at the hotel. She's going to pay me $1,000 a month plus give me a place to live. So I presented the address to that. I think my mom wrote a letter with the address to that. And on top of that, I plan on going cutting wood. Because I'll be up in the mountains. You can make money on cutting cords of wood. I just plan on staying busy, man. I plan on doing everything the board asked me to do and living life and trying to get somewhere. I mean, I'm getting to the age now that I want something to show for my life. I want to have something positive, you know. I want a house. I want a family. I want positive stuff instead of negative stuff. This life here, being in prison, this has been a big eye opener, man. I hate it here. Like, I'm ready to go home, you know. And on top of that, I've also been in school. If you probably see on OTRAC, I've been in school for the last 14 months, you know, and I'm really close to getting my diploma. So I've been working hard at things that's going to help me be successful when I get out. And, you know, by me getting an education and doing these classes, it's just going to set me up for success when I get out, you know. That's the way I feel. I haven't been stagnant. You guys have asked me to stay MAP compliant and do what I need to do, and I feel like I've done everything you asked me to do.
Your case carries a maximum 5-year sentence, November 15th, 2028. You have a 21-month guideline. It's August 12th of 2025. The board will take those timeframes into consideration. You've laid out the accomplishments while incarcerated, what your release plan is. As a hearing officer, I don't make a decision in the matter. What I'll do is I'll forward all this information over to 5 board members for their review. They'll deliberate and make a decision as to how they would like to move forward. I hope that you are successful in everything that you've laid out today regarding your release plans and the goals that you have for your life. I hope it all pans out for you. I'll get the information over to the board. They should have a decision made within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And they'll mail you a copy of that decision. They'll outline everything that's expected moving forward. Any final comments before I conclude the hearing?
I just want to say that I wanted to know that when I did get off parole the last time, I did do good for a good amount of time. I did have a little mix up there in 2014, but I fixed it and I was successful and I wasn't in trouble at all. So I know what I need to do to be successful moving on. And I appreciate you guys seeing me, and that's about it.
All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
Today is the time and place set for a rehearing for Derek Madsen, offender number 237-422. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had a hearing in August of 2024. It was a parole violation original hearing. You were scheduled for today's rehearing with the understanding you'd undergo a sex offender treatment assessment. Did you meet with somebody to do that assessment?
So back in back in August, they actually did a hearing, or did a over the phone one. 2 days prior to that last hearing they had on the 8th, I did the assessment on a Friday. I saw them that following Tuesday, so it was 4 days after I had saw it. And then this time around, I was getting worried because the assessment on the paper from the board said it was due the 2nd. I was able to talk with my caseworker on it was the 4th, and they were saying that they were just going to keep what they had done from the previous review.
Okay, and that's my understanding also. And the assessment from the previous review was that you complete the building resilience program and life skills classes?
Yes. I've completed the MRT program while being here. I have a certificate. I think it's in your guys' packet, but I have a copy of it as well. So I have a copy right here of me completing it back in March before I even saw him. So, and right now I have been in constant communication with Alpha Counseling with my therapist, Ryan Stokes, and they actually can provide the building resilience program if offered parole, if the board chooses to let me do it. And the reason why I hope they will do that is so I have some debts that I need to get paid off, and I need to start working to get those said debts paid off. And I would really appreciate getting those paid off before I turn 35. So.
Well, that's what it's going to come down to is the board's going to review your prior history. They're going to review the prior parole period. They're going to look at the parole violations. They'll look at that sex offender treatment assessment. They'll look at what you worked on while incarcerated and decide if it's appropriate to release you on another parole. The other option, as you alluded to, is that you remain incarcerated to complete whatever the equivalent is of that building resilience program. Now, I don't think they offer that there at the jail, so you'd have to be moved to a different location, but so that's what it comes down to. I don't know which of those options the board's going to decide on, but that's what they will be considering. What general information did you want to present today?
So we have a tablet here at the facility that, so before we got one of the education programs, we had CipherWorks, and I have completed over 203 courses on that educational app, which is roughly about 48 learning hours. And then this newer Adovu program that we have, I've completed about 50 courses, and that's about 206 learning hours. I have completed MRT. I've also completed the LDS 12-step program. I have a certificate for that. Since also being here, I have actually revised a business plan for a tow company that I want to start. I've gotten that all printed off, ready to go. And I've done a lot of research and stuff for that. And I've also designed a web page that I wanted to build. And I've actually started via the tablet. They have a course called HTML training, or essential training. And I've actually started coding
computer coding the website.
Okay. All right, I will pass that information along to the 5 board members for their review, as well as everything else we've discussed and the other documents that are in your disclosure packet.
Okay.
They'll deliberate over the next couple weeks, make a decision. They'll mail that order over to you to outline everything that's expected moving forward. Anything additional from you?
Yes, I also have a stable place to live with my grandparents. And I have a place of work as soon as I get out. And the therapy is actually ready to continue with the aftercare program as well.
Okay. All right, I will get that information over to the board. Thank you for your time today.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and conclude. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Marvin Hennessy, offender number 10466. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
I got my blue packet.
Okay. And you feel ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name's Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. Through a scheduling review, you were scheduled for today's hearing with the expectation that you comply with your case action plan and complete cognitive behavioral therapy. We'll go over whatever you've been working on there at the jail through the course of today's hearing. But before we do that, I need to go over your commitment offense with you. You were committed to prison on case 241-901-054, theft, third-degree felony. The information is that in April of 2024, you ended up stealing, it was a bait pack from Mountain America Credit Union. You thought it was cash, I would imagine, when you stole it.
Right.
If you could just provide a brief summary of as to what led up to that case, what the circumstances were.
Well, see, at the time I was using the bathroom because this place was in the mall, basically. And I was using the bathroom in this cafe that was next to this credit union that was attached to the cafe. They was pretty much together as a business, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, I went into the bathroom to use the bathroom. When I came out of the bathroom, everything was closed. So when I was walking out the door to leave, I was walking towards the front door, and right there on the desk was a cup full of money. And I figured I would grab it, and I walked out the door.
All right. Were you homeless at the time?
Yes, I was.
All right. You know, unfortunately, this has been a pattern for quite some time.
Well, the last 10 years I've been in Oregon, and I haven't committed no crimes at all in the last 10 years.
Where have you been?
In Oregon, Salem, Oregon. I've been living up there working for the company Old Country Buffet, for Buffets Incorporated, for the last 10 years.
I'm showing cases in Ogden.
Well, those are misdemeanor cases that I was doing before they sentenced me to prison. I was doing misdemeanor cases for petty theft. Because
Well, I know, but my thought was if you were up in Oregon, it seems like you were coming back to Ogden quite frequently because of all these cases.
No, that was why when I was in Ogden. Because I've been back in Ogden for about the last year.
Well, no, I mean, these cases go back, I got them from 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Just consistent cases up until this one.
Ever since I come back to Ogden from Salem, Oregon, I believe I was only in Ogden for about a year since I left Oregon.
Yeah, I mean, that's just hard for me to figure out because of, I mean, they're just consistent. You got consistent cases.
Yeah.
So unless you were traveling from Oregon to Ogden consistently, I don't see how you could have been in both places at the same time.
Well, that's what I was doing. Because I kept coming from Oregon to Ogden to visit my family because my family was living in Ogden at the time. But eventually from the time I moved back to Ogden, and left Oregon permanently to move back to Ogden to be with my family. My family was no more, but my family left in Ogden. And I was there by myself, homeless.
Well, and as you mentioned, the more serious cases that you have on your criminal record happened decades ago. The more recent ones, they're all misdemeanors, relatively minor cases.
Right, trespassing and petty theft. Petty theft is the hardest crime I got.
Right.
The rest was all trespassing. And maybe
So when you
I-
get out, are you planning on going back to Ogden?
I was hoping to go back to Oregon because there's nothing left for me in Ogden. But when I leave here, I have to go back to Ogden to take care of some business before I leave to go back to Ogden, before I leave to go back to Oregon. And I'm hoping to parole to, if I'm gonna get parole, I'm hoping to parole to Ogden. So I can tell my parole officer, I just want to take care of what business I want to take care of, and hopefully the parole department will give me a return travel permit to go back to Oregon to stay. Because that's where I want to live and stay for the rest of my life. Because that's where I know a lot of people up there. I got good connections for a job. I won't go hungry. I won't go without a job. I'll be able to get my own place again. Because the whole time I lived up there in Oregon and Salem, I had my own place. I had my own job. I had things going for me. I didn't have a reason to commit no crime. And that's what I want to go back to.
Okay. Well, it does sound like a good plan. Have you been, it looks like you're in the BRT program.
Yes.
When do you think you'll be done with that?
I've been going to the classes since I've been in it. And as soon as I finish the classes, however long that's gonna take, I don't know exactly what they've got scheduled for me left. But I've been doing all the classes since I've been here, so I don't, it's a matter of how long it takes me to finish the class. And I don't know how long that's gonna be.
Okay. Well, you have a maximum sentence of 5 years, puts you at April of 2029. You have a guideline date, 12 months, which puts you at April of this year. So here a couple months out is your guideline date. The
Right.
board may consider that guideline date for possible release. And you did indicate that you are willing to do parole until you get out to Oregon.
Till I go to Oregon, yes.
Okay. I'll let the board know you are willing to do parole if that's the direction they want to go.
But
Was there any,
I was just hoping that I could get a termination, but I know that it probably ain't gonna happen.
well, I'll present that as an option. I'll let the board know that you're hoping they consider a termination, but you are willing to do parole if they aren't.
Yeah, if they're willing to accept the termination and just let me go back to Oregon, I'll go back to Oregon and I will never return to Utah again.
Okay. I will inform them of that. I don't have any other questions for you. Was there anything that you wanted to mention?
Just the fact that I'm doing what programs need to be done and what they want me to do in the program, in the BCP, whatever program that I'm in now, and I continue to do that until I'm out of here on parole or terminated, whatever.
All right. Thank you.
Till they release me from here.
All right. I did note that in the report I send to the board, I'll note that you haven't had any disciplinary issues. You're doing the required programming. You're doing well there at the jail. So. All right. Well, thank you for your time today. I'll get this information over to the board. They should have a decision made in a couple weeks. They will mail you a copy of the board order, which will outline everything that's expected moving forward, whether that's a termination of parole. It'll all be indicated in that board order.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay, thank you.
Today is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Victor Andrade, offender number 221778. Is that you, sir?
Yeah.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. In July of last year, the board accepted your parole violation waiver. You entered no contest pleas to allegations 1, and then admissions to allegations 2 and 3. The matter was continued pending the adjudication of a case that was outstanding. It was case number 241-901-603, possession of a controlled substance, Class A misdemeanor. You've since been adjudicated on that case. What I'll do is I'll ask the board to affirm your prior no contest plea and admissions to the allegations, and then we'll go over that new case today, and then the board can move forward with a decision. That new case occurred May of 2024. It's indicated that you were in possession of fentanyl.
Yes.
All right. If you could just go over the parole period, looks like you were released November of 2023. If you could just go over what happened from that date until this arrest.
Okay. I went to the halfway house when I got out. Was living at home with my mom. I was just working that time, and I got enrolled in Weber State. And right before that incident happened, what happened was my uncle passed away. So I kind of relapsed. That's what happened. So that's what caused me to come back here.
What were you studying at Weber State?
Psychology?
You plan on returning to do that?
Yeah, if I can, yeah.
Have you been able to do any classes or anything since you've been back?
Yeah, I'm taking another psychology course on my tablet. They got tablets here. I did the MRT class, got a certificate for that. And I think that's it. Yeah.
Looks like you had a couple disciplinary violations in July of last year, nothing since that time. Are you willing to do parole if that's the direction the board goes?
Yeah.
All right. This new case carries a 12-month guideline, puts you at May of 2025. The board will look at that date for possible release. They could hold you longer if they felt it was appropriate to do so. Ultimately, your case expires after jurisdiction ends after 5 years, which is January of 2027. So the board will take those dates into consideration. I'll be recommending that you get released back on parole with the same conditions as before. But I'm not a decision maker in the process. The board will have to review it and make that determination. So is there any additional information you'd like to provide?
No, not at the moment.
All right,
I just
then.
had a question. Is it, I'm not sure if it's relevant. I got accepted to sober living, the building beginnings in Spanish Fork. I don't know if there was a way to go there, to be able to go there. I don't know if they do like a time cut release or anything like that for anything I've done, but that's just my plan.
Well, that is relevant. What I will do is inform the board that it's your intention to go to that building beginnings sober living program, and that it's your hope they'd consider a release prior to guidelines so that you can start that program. I'll pass that information on.
Okay.
All right, you should get the board's decision here in a couple weeks. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Go ahead and conclude. Today is the time and place set for a rehearing for Kelly Steed, offender number 259704. Mr. Steed, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, I did.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had your original hearing in December of 2023. The board ordered a rehearing for today with the expectation that you complete substance use treatment and cognitive behavioral therapy. You were committed to prison on case 231-500-250 DUI, third-degree felony. The facts of that offense were discussed in detail at your prior hearing. We don't have to go over that again today. The main purpose of today's hearing is to follow up on what's occurred since you had your original hearing, if you were able to do the classes and programming that were expected. So I'll leave it up to you. Have you been able to do any classes or programming?
Yes, I finished MRT and I'm in the middle of BRT. I've been in that about 4 months.
Okay. When do you anticipate you'll be done with,
They say it's a 9-month course, but I don't know.
okay.
I need to get out before then.
And it shows you were housed in the infirmary?
Yeah, I was just now.
Okay. You having some health problems?
Yeah,
Anything you want to talk about or
I got bleeding down below. So I don't know what's going on. I just want it on the record to know, because I didn't have it before, so I'm blaming the state for that one. I don't know what you guys want from me. I haven't
Well,
had
with
any problems. I haven't been rode up. I haven't gone to the hole. I haven't done anything wrong.
Yeah, well, what the board wanted from you was to complete that program. You would like
Well,
to
I
be
did
released.
the MRT and the BRT is, I don't know what the word is.
Yeah, it's a substance use program.
Well, I know that. But it's if they give you a date out, then they'll push it to get it done quicker type. I don't know how to explain that.
Well, how many months have you been
It's a
in it?
9-month course to start with.
And how many months have you been in it?
I've been in there 4 months and I'm just getting into the main part of it, because they have a pre-program and then another pre-program, and they're supposed to be a month apiece, and ended up 2 months apiece for the pre and the pre. And then so now, and I've been doing, I got 2 or 3 sections already done on it, and they're starting me out tomorrow.
All right. Well, if you got 5 months left, then it sounds
wanna
like
stay
put
till
you out to
October.
July.
Huh?
If you have 5 months left of the program, it looks like July might be about when you're going to be done with it. You don't
I
know.
need to be done in April.
Oh, you think you'll be done in April?
I can get done, and I'm pretty sure I can. I just need depending on what date you guys give me, then they'll push it
Oh, I see what you're
towards
saying.
that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, your hope is that whatever date the board puts in place for release, they'll
It's not a hope, it's a given, but
expedite it, the whatever the time it takes for you to get done with it, and you'll get released and complete the program prior to that date.
I need to get out there and get, my wife fell and broke her hip in November. I haven't heard from her. So that's another one on you guys. I need to get out there and try to find out if she died, what the hell's going on. I got stuff to do too, and this is just
Well, the board wasn't driving the vehicle that got you a DUI. That you did that to yourself. So you've got a number of DUIs on your criminal record. So I think the expectation you complete treatment is appropriate.
In 45 years. You guys are making money off of this. That's the whole deal.
Well, what I can tell you is there's one of two options. The board will set a release date without the expectation that you complete the program and you can start your parole. Or they'll decide that you have to complete the program prior to release. They'll make it a contingency, and that'll be the expectation moving forward.
All right, so we'll figure July, but there's no parole. I already put in for a end thing. I'm leaving.
Well, you wouldn't be the one that gets to decide that. The
Well,
board
I
will
know,
decide whether or not they want you to do parole or a termination of sentence.
They can decide that.
Okay, yeah, that'll be the board's decision.
I believe it.
All right, I'll forward the information I have. All of it was included in your disclosure documents. I'll include the statements from today's hearing. The board will deliberate and make a decision. They should have that over to you here in the next couple weeks.
All right.
All right, we'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. All right, today is the time and place set for a rehearing for Isaiah Weaver, offender number 238327. Mr. Weaver, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, I did.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? My name's Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had a hearing in October. It was a rehearing with a sex offender treatment assessment. There was one that was previously ordered and it hadn't been submitted prior to the hearing, so the board ordered another rehearing with that same expectation that assessment be done. The board is in receipt of the assessment at this time. Did you get a copy of it?
So the copy that I have, I don't know, is it the one that's signed by Jared Hill?
Let's see.
Because the assessment that I had done was with Dr. Chandler. And so when I got this paper with Jared Hill, I didn't know if that was the right one or not.
Yeah, the one that I have is it's Jared Hill.
Okay.
What it was the one that you were talking about?
Well, I had the assessment done with Dr. Brian Chandler.
Oh, okay.
About 2 weeks ago, so I didn't know if it was supposed to be signed with his at the bottom or if this was the right one. But I did get the copy with Jared Hill today.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll check into that because Dr. Chandler he usually does more in-depth, like psychosexual type reports. Yeah. And maybe there's one that hasn't been submitted yet that he completed. So I'll check and see if there's a separate report or evaluation from him before I give everything over to the board.
Yeah, I was just confused because the recommendation from the one from Jared Hill just seems like an entire 180 from what I was talking about with Dr. Chandler. So I just didn't know if it was the right one at the right time or what.
Okay.
It almost seems like it was done while I was still in Salt Lake up at the new prison. Because I don't know if these are supposed to say, because this one says Mr. Weaver's currently housed in the Utah State Prison. And I just didn't know if that was just a blanket Utah State prison system or if it was still showing that I was in Salt Lake.
Yeah, it sounds like there may be an additional report or assessment pending. So I'll make sure I verify with the programming people that this is the right assessment. If not, if there's another one on the way.
Okay.
Because the one that we both have a copy of in front of us, it does indicate that they would like you to do sex offender treatment while incarcerated.
Yeah, and I think the first hearing that I had on this violation, that was the go-to so far, was do it incarcerated, whatever comes along with that. And then talking with Dr. Chandler after I waited another 6 months or so to get that assessment done, then he was talking about having me go back out to the halfway house to do it at the halfway house. Also because I know they don't do the firewall program in the prison system anymore. So I just was a little confused.
Yeah, I think your confusion is legitimate. I think what you're saying would make sense, that this was a copy of the older assessment, and then there may be an updated assessment that hasn't been received by the board yet. So I'll make sure I reach out and see if there's another report from Dr. Chandler and see if the recommendation is different from what's indicated in the older assessment. And I'll make sure I have all that information clarified before I present it to the board for a determination. The other thing is, if there's another report that's submitted and if it's from Dr. Chandler, the board would disclose that to you so you could get a copy of it, review it, and be able to respond to it. To prevent delaying this any further, I think the best way to handle it is once we get that report, we'll disclose it to you. You can submit anything that you would like in writing in reference to that report. But once I receive it, I think, just in the interest of, not setting this out for another hearing for that assessment, I'll just forward that report to the board for their consideration with the understanding that you'll receive a copy of it and you can respond to it in writing. Does that sound okay to you?
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Okay.
That's what we did when we put forth that I needed to get the assessment done at the last hearing in October. They asked if I would like to, set a date, review it with you guys, and then set another date for determination. Said I'm okay without that. We can just move along.
Okay.
If I get a copy of it, I'll be happy.
And, all right, and if the recommendation from the programming department is that you complete treatment at a halfway house or in the community through a private provider, do you have any of that arranged?
So my girlfriend is currently been talking with Alpha Counseling. I don't know the name of who she's talking with, but they said if I get out to the halfway house and get out, you know, even if I have to stay at the halfway house or go to an address or what have you, that they'd be more than willing to have me go to Alpha Counseling.
Okay. And then what have you been working on there at the jail?
So currently I've done the classes that I can do here. What I've been working on really is more calling people who are outside of the jail and talking to them about jobs. So I have my girlfriend has a friend who works at Lifetime Products in Clearfield. And he's done time in, I think, Davis County and a little bit in the state prison. And he said as soon as I get out, they'd be more than willing to hire me on, so I can start working and start getting things moving along.
Okay. All right, well, I think the board will be in position to make an informed decision once we get clarification on what the actual recommendation is from the treatment program with the Department of Corrections. So I'll verify all of that and then get that information over to the board. I've got the information regarding your release plan, employment, treatment. Aside from an address at a halfway house, do you have a place to live?
I do not.
Okay.
The only thing that I know of currently, my girlfriend still has to talk to her landlord to see if they would allow me to live there. Just because not all landlords are okay with someone with my record and things living there. So she's still talking to him. We have no update on that so far.
Okay. And if the recommendation from Dr. Chandler from the programming is that you do treatment in the community or treatment at the facility while incarcerated, then they'll have to determine what level of treatment's appropriate, what that looks like, and they'll likely need to provide an update to the board as to what you'll be doing, what the time frame for that is.
Yeah, because I know even in this, I was confused because this one says treatment should be brief and targeted and should receive no more than 150 dosage hours of sex-specific treatment. I have no idea what that means.
Right. Yeah, and nor do I. I don't know what that would, as far as, when we could set an expected release date contingent on treatment completion. It would be hard to determine what that should be based off of what's provided in the report. So I think an update, some clarification is warranted, but like you said, this information may be from an older assessment and we just need a copy of that newer assessment, and that will provide the clarification. But
yeah, because it seemed like Dr. Chandler was all on board for me to go back out to the halfway house, even with the mistakes that I've made so far. He seemed confident with having me go out to the halfway house and doing it out of the halfway house, more because I also have more support in Ogden where it was at, because before I had none, and now I've got my girlfriend there. I've got 2 supervisors from my old job, so it's opened up a little bit for me up there.
okay. All right. Once the board receives that additional report, it'll get disclosed to you. I'll hold off on providing the board any of the information until I get clarification on that. Once I do, I'll submit it to the board for their consideration. And then you'll get a board order mailed to you, which will outline everything that's expected moving forward. Ideally, we get a time frame for if you're going to do treatment while incarcerated, a time frame for when you'll be able to do that and what it looks like. And if the recommendation is that you do treatment in the community at a halfway house or through a private provider, then the board can consider that in their final decision also.
Okay. And then only other question, does Dr. Chandler do an SOTP program? Does he do a therapy, or is he just an assessor?
As far as I know, he does the assessments.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you for your time today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.